Hola, sí. Uno, dos, tres. Hola, hola. Uno, dos, tres.
Canal inglés, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, probando canal inglés, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, probando. Gracias.
No, gracias.
Gracias.
driving me mad. But that's alright with me. It's really no fuss, as long as you're next to me, just the two of us. You're mine, mine, mine.
No, eso no tenés que tocar nada, ya está prendido.
Hola, hola. No.
Tráelo. Pero nos falta. Marcelo, a ver, prueba ahí.
Hola, hola. Hola.
Muy buenos días, bienvenidos a esta segunda jornada del Congreso Aapresid.
Good morning and welcome to the 32nd edition of Aapresid, Nueva, Amarok, with the strength of Expo Agro and under the motto, everything is connected. For those of you who are present, welcome, and those of you who are following this via streaming, this Congress that started yesterday in La Rural in the autonomous city of Buenos Aires here in the Argentine Republic. And for those of you who are following us on www.congreso.apresid.org.ar, welcome. And thank you for joining us from different points in the country and in the world, of course. Remember that we will be holding 160 conferences distributed among 9 halls and rooms in the different pavilions of La Rural here in Palermo. We will have 250 speakers today who will be going through the different rooms and sharing their experiences and talking about the future challenges, and this is what this Congress will be addressing today. Remember that we have 2 main pillars: economic, productive, environmental, and social, and technological. This is what we will be addressing in these days. Also, please bear in mind that you can follow us on @Aapresid on social media, and I invite you this day to be part of the community and to come visit us in the hall, in the main pavilion. For those of you who want to become members, you can receive counseling there for how to become a member. Remember that tomorrow we also have another day of talks. We are streaming on the web, and at Levantando la Perdiz we have Carola and Brenda and the entire team covering, in addition to the media outlets from the Republic of Argentina who are joining us. The first talk today will be presented now, but please put your phones on silent mode so that we can begin. Remember that we will have a panel today until 10:45. There will be questions and answers for you to participate today. So we have a promising future, opportunities of agriculture in Argentina. The moderator of this panel will be Marcelo Sili, a researcher at CONICET, and he is a university professor and a counselor for rural and territorial development. Good morning, Marcelo. Welcome, and the floor is all yours for this panel. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. We will be discussing the opportunities for agricultural and rural Argentina. For me, it is a true pleasure to be here. Thank you, Aapresid, for allowing me to moderate this roundtable, because it is a very important exchange to think about the future of our country. We will think and discuss the future of Argentina and of agriculture and the agriculture in the territories of the province. Specialists in geography and rurality like to call it that way. We have 4 colleagues today with different approaches and an international perspective. We have also a view from the Senate of Argentina and of organizations such as Aapresid, and also public policies. And you know very well that Argentina has many opportunities, more than many countries in the world, because of its wealth, its extension and surface area, as well as its diversity. However, we still have structural problems in the agricultural sector and rural problems that are impossible at this point in the country. So this roundtable will address the opportunities that we have and the chances we have to turn this situation around. Like I said, we have a panel with 4 representatives of the sector. First of all, I would like to thank Marcelo Torres for his presence. He is the president of Aapresid. He's an agricultural farmer. And thank you, Marcelo. Thank you for allowing us to have this discussion. We have Manuel Chiappe, Undersecretary of Agriculture of Argentina. Thank you very much, Manuel, for sharing your experience as a public official and as a farmer. Francisco Paltroni is also joining us. He is a senator, but is also a producer and a businessman, a senator for Formosa, but he is also a senator in representation of the agricultural sector. And Carlos Cherniak, he is a diplomat, and he has been a representative for Argentina in the World Food Program, FAO, and other organizations. Thank you very much for sharing your experience internationally about agriculture. To be concrete, we will now give the floor to each of the speakers to have a discussion on the future and opportunities of Argentina. All of this surrounding three main questions. The first one is very general. How do you see Argentina in this new geopolitical context at the Latin American and international levels? And the second question has to do with how you see agriculture in this new global context. How do you see agriculture in Argentina in this new geopolitical international context? And more to the point, what should be the agenda of public organizations of the productive world regarding the main challenges of Argentina for the future in terms of agricultural development and rural development? So without further ado, and in order to move forward, I will give the floor to Marcelo Torres. I thank him once again for the opportunity to share these ideas. Marcelo, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Marcelo. This is a wonderful panel, really. Thank you very much for being part of Aapresid. And thank you for allowing us to have these exchanges. As we were saying yesterday, Argentina has a series of recurring problems in the short term, but we must consider as well the world that is coming and the changes that are appearing and how to insert ourselves in that reality. With what is happening lately in all the war conflicts and the tensions, and especially the positions that you see in climate change summits, we are very far from the planetary phase where we would be supposed to be to solve the different problems. We have problems that are of global reach and that we should have evolved as a humanity to tackle them globally. We have global challenges that we need to respond to with global responses, and the countries should be collaborating in learning more quickly and in different aspects of agricultural production and being more collaborative. This is the phase where we should be, but with what is happening in the world, we are still in a struggle. Countries just protecting their small square meters and culture, and we still haven't entered a planetary phase that is discussed in climate change summits. But the planet must produce 40% more food by 2050. And they must also be a source for energy, biofuels, renewable energies. And it will not be easy to replace fossil fuels, but we will increase and start increasing the blends and even generating electrical energy. Agriculture will have to produce biomass and grains for this. But to do this, we must decouple this from the environmental impact, because regardless of whether we have a discussion about climate change or not, and that discussion should always be science-based, but beyond that, there is no doubt that the trend is that consumers have become more and more interested in knowing the environmental impact of what they consume. And so that will be a strong demand placed on us, and that trend is irreversible. So if we are not part of those conversations, Carlos was saying it yesterday, we are on the menu. Yes, if we don't have these conversations and we cannot show solidly that our no-till farming, our pasture livestock that is mostly pasture-based, they have very good environmental indicators, but we have to prove that. We have to show it. A researcher from Michigan, Bruno Basso, he's from Napoli, and he said, you have a really, you may have a luxury article like an Italian purse, but you're trying to sell it on the street. So people will not believe that it's original if you had it in a store with all the proper credentials and all that. So he made that comparison. So I think that this is a very good debate. Some people don't want anything to do with traceability, etc. But I think that we're already doing things right in Argentina with no-till farming, with pasture-based livestock production. But I think we should brag more about that. I mean, we should stand more proud and try to be free of those things in this transition. And when you go to these summits, you see conversations about service crops, about climate summits. Before COVID, it seemed that organic agriculture was a global solution. But when Russia invaded Ukraine and it showed the fragility of the balance of supply and demand of food and energy, we realized that we have to move towards science-based agriculture. And when we talk about regenerative agriculture, there are different views. Supposedly, it's an agriculture that regenerates based on objectives and considering what practices we use to regenerate. But going back to that, we have a good agricultural production and we have good indicators. But first, we have to build a regional message. Agree with Paraguay, with Brazil, with Uruguay. And we're trying to do that because we have similar systems. So we must have a regional strategy. So what I was telling you about the pandemic and how the vaccine was a way to leave the pandemic behind, and with the invasion of Russia on Ukraine, the discussion moved towards a more scientific and rational place. And that's where we have a chance. When there's more scientific evidence involved, the discussion becomes easier. Because there are still a lot of people that are anti-science, that have their beliefs, and Europe sets the agenda, and that's the case there as well. So we have to carry out these high-level discussions. People know this data, so I'm not going to make reference to it, but with grains, we have 30% of the global market share in grains, and 65% for the region of the global market. With meat or animal protein, 30%, and only chicken more than 35%. And everything that I was saying before is true. Another main attribute is the involvement of farmers in innovation processes. At the COP, right now, we are hearing these conversations, but in the hallways, when we have public officials and academics, farmers still feel very distant from all this. And you will probably have seen in Europe where they're pointing fingers at the culprits, but farmers do not feel involved in these transitions. Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, they also have a great strength there. So I would say that that's where the opportunities are. You probably saw many young people. We still have many young people interested in food production, fiber, energies, and we don't see that so much in the world. So I think young people still feel attracted to all this because there's technology. There are networks that we've naturalized, contractors interacting with advisors. with producers, young people who are advisors, but they're already planting, they already have a small plot of land. So having young people in agriculture is a really big asset for the region. In this network, we have to extend the reach to the industry and build a reliable channel between consumer and producer. We need to decodify this message. If we talk about carbon footprint, consumers may not be looking at this, but regenerative agriculture has to be considered. From the industry to the producer, we must use hard parameters like carbon footprint. And for consumers, for them to say that what they produce or what they consume comes from regenerative models.
Latinoamérica tiene una oportunidad.
Latin America has an opportunity there. And to give an example, we're working on the carbon network, to see how we can capture carbon in the country and what is the current state, what are the practices that allow us to better capture carbon. And if we design the productive landscape, we have to work on the biome, but by helping biodiversity and guaranteeing a good design. Marcelo, you like territorial order and a good landscape design to ensure the duration of that biodiversity. And developing value chains, we must be part of the global discussion. So I think it was a little long as a response, but that would be my first intervention. Just a discussion to have with you. Thank you, Marcelo. You've mentioned many key concepts. A young agricultural sector is essential, and in comparison to what is happening in the global north. Regional convergence, the need to relate to Paraguay, to Brazil, in Latin America in general. Science and innovation, and the need to build innovation ecosystems that are more integrated, and where Aapresid has been the leader in Argentina and the leadership to think about the future. So thank you, Marcelo, and we give the floor now to Manuel for you to move forward. Good morning, everyone. The idea is to give a mixed view about the agricultural producer, but also from the point of view of a public official. That is quite a challenge that we've taken on some time back. And to think about the questions in terms of challenges facing Argentina. We have many issues. Disruption has become the norm and not the exception. We've seen the pandemic, we've seen political tensions, tariff wars that can create significant distortions in the price of commodities. We have wars, we have extreme weather events, such as the recent floods in the south of Brazil because of the excess of rains. All of those disruptions sort of give shape to the insertion of the activity of Argentina in the world. The other issue is regulations and requirements. The most recent one is the deforestation regulation of the European Union. We understand that that will become more recurrent, and the requirements will increase. Many of us have been concerned about the European Union regulations in the last months, but this has been happening for 2 years. So I think it's a lesson to learn for all of us. Understanding that we need to work on topics much more in advance and not wait for the last minute to ask for extensions or make formal requests, and of course adapt to be able to compete and to continue supplying the markets that were so hard for us to secure. The other challenge is immediacy. Today there is a conflict and there is a flood or there is a war or there is a pandemic And in less than 1 week, our life changes completely, and everybody finds out, and everybody knows what is happening. So that, in addition to the real effects of that disruption, I think it creates a dynamism in the decision that has become imperative for each of our roles as public officials and as representatives of the governments. And this demands a greater level of alert from all of us. And if we see the glass half full, we are in a region of peace. Argentina is in an area with climate and productive conditions that are absolutely privileged, and I think I don't need to clarify this, despite the fact that in Entre Rios we have had 3 years of drought. We understand that this has become a competitive advantage that we need to strengthen, and it depends a lot on the internal order that we have as a country. The government is making an enormous, tremendous effort to organize the macroeconomy, which is the basis to project, to move forward, to design everything that we are thinking into the future. But if we do not have a solid basis and an economic structure in the country, all the efforts will dilute and disappear.
Les diría que el tema ese es central. Duele, lleva tiempo, necesita de paciencia, pero es necesario, porque si no lo solucionamos de una vez por todas, vamos a seguir como venimos hace muchos años patinando en el barro. Y la buena noticia es que el equipo económico de este gobierno tiene la decisión firme de poder avanzar en esa línea, de poder solucionar los problemas de fondo y poder tomarse el tiempo necesario para poder arreglar los cimientos del edificio para poder crecer todo lo que sea necesario. Dentro también de las oportunidades que tenemos es, bueno, obviamente un crecimiento de población que necesita lo que nosotros producimos, alimentos, fibras, energías de calidad y en cantidad. El desafío es estar a la altura de esa demanda. Lo estamos en la cantidad y en la calidad, pero no en la seguridad de la provisión, ¿no? Tenemos que ser confiables, tenemos que ser un país que provea los alimentos a un mundo que los necesita de manera constante en el tiempo y no con disrupciones como lo hemos tenido en el pasado, ¿no? Y creo que ahí hay algo muy importante que es una decisión de gobierno que salió en el decreto 70, en el famoso DNU, que es el artículo, lo voy a leer para no equivocarme, pero es el artículo 100.
It's Article 142, whether the executive power will not be able to establish restriction to exports. I think relating this to the role of agriculture in all of this, this is a key to generate trust in our consumers, that we are not going to make market interventions or that officer of a second level or third level decide to close an export market overnight. And a market that we found it hard to negotiate and to work on those on that wonderful work carried out by the Foreign Office and our delegates abroad and the Secretary of Agriculture to try and get those markets. As to the role of agriculture and to speed up things, I think that we have to have the early capacity to identify those threats and opportunities, or those barriers, those gaps, so as to make the most of those markets. A good example of that is the recent case of the opening of the export market of swine to Uruguay. Unfortunately, due to a weather situation, a climate situation between Brazil and Uruguay, they needed swine provider, and we were able to provide to deliver in less than a month, thanks to the Secretary of Agriculture and Foreign Office. Tools for rights of the adequate traceability of products. The world today requires from us information on the goods, services that we provide, and their traceability certification is key. And going back to the European Union message, let's not wait until they demand it from us to be able to start doing it. I think that we have to start earlier on, and there's a network work and private-public interaction that is paramount. The other point, and going more into the agenda of public bodies, as I was saying, in the Article 172 of the decree, the idea is to open to the world and to connect with the international markets. That's key. That's the core of our government. It's the main way we can grow, make our economy grow in a market that is more deflated, colder today. I mean, the local market with limited capacity for growth. The opportunity is abroad then. So, of course, to eliminate all restrictions to exports, open new markets, to work not only on the commercial and the sanitary aspect, but on the political aspect we have to work on. We have to work on those three focuses so as to ensure the opening of more sophisticated markets, markets that can pay more for our goods and services, and that goes hand in hand to placing value on the attributes of our exports. As Marcelo was saying, the question of that purse, the high-end purse, well, it's important to place the good value our goods and services deserve, the nutritional attributes of our food. All that will make a difference when it's time to start negotiations, and that should be shown with metrics, traceability, and objective tools that can depict that in the markets. And lastly, I think that coordination is key. When the state and private stakeholders work together, things move faster at national, regional, provincial level. But also, I think that a very good example is the statement of the Agricultural Council of the South, where the ministers of Chile, Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, Bolivia, and Uruguay agreed on a common front as to the regulations of the European Union. Those signs of sticking together and presenting a single position is a very strong position. Besides having a proposal and requesting for a delay in the objectives to be met, I think that makes us stronger. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Manuel. And I would like to recover some very strong ideas that you have proposed to debate later on. First, the importance of global perspective of Argentina and the world, a more strategic perspective of the role Argentina has in the future. And in that sense, the need to put our house in order and to generate new tools for management, for agricultural policies management, and a clearer and a stronger private-public relation. Thank you so much for these ideas you contribute to the debate. We give the floor now to Francisco Paltroni, National Senator for the province of Formosa. Francisco, you have 15 minutes. Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to tell you two stories. One was the first related to no-till, the first no-till and the first pesticide application. I was born in a chacra, in a farm, and I did primary school on horseback, and I started secondary school in another city, in Saladillo, and I started bumping into all the technology of the 90s. And of course, I had the pleasure of meeting people such as Oscar Alvarado in those days. And I came across the situation of my dad to tell him, to share with him what no-till was. My dad would be 90 today, and he had started plowing on horseback. He saw the first tractor. When he saw the first John Deere, there was the biggest revolution he had ever imagined. And I came back from school saying we should not plow anymore and we should only pass seeder. It was a huge challenge. It was impossible because it's not the tools we have today. Today you show this on a video or with your cell phone, but the best way possible was the Chakra magazine, and I started finding my way to convince my dad to have the first 13 hectares of no-till. Unfortunately, my dad died. He was not able to see the first harvest, and when in his dying bed, I was told him about this first harvest. There was a product called Roundup that killed the Gramon. He has been combating for 60 years. I showed it with this bug, and you have to cut them off. That would be very clean to be the second fortnight of February, and 8 liters of glyphosate. My dad thought the field was no good. The next day everything was white, and it was shocking. And why do I say this? Because we are in a change of era that is focusing on 2 main factors: the change of generation and the technological advances. That's why change is irreversible. And in the context we are, our country is a big potential winner. Now, to put my message in order, I think that there's no doubt that the first challenge all Argentines have is to put our economy in order. As Manuel said, we have naturalized to live with this economic terrorism. We are one of the few countries in the world to suffer these permanent mistakes we undergo. So we have naturalized living with inflation, with the lack of control, with interventionism from the state. And today, after 20 years of the highest years of growth, Uruguay has 10% of poverty, Chile has 8% poverty. And no offense, but they were very small countries compared to Argentina in the 1960s. So there's no doubt that the first thing is economy, to have a good currency, to have credit that can help us develop and grow economically speaking, that is so expected by the Argentine people. The second big challenge is infrastructure. We talk about how to increase productivity, but we are not posing anything new. How are we going to transport those 6 million tons of grains, those 60 million tons that are added in commodities that were not even in the map to produce copper, lithium, that today is a reality? And so it's starting to happening. So we are preparing a field without gates. So the big challenge of Argentina is to start developing cargo railroads. It's the only way that is more competitive in the world to transport goods. Okay, we can say that it's not profitable for passengers. But in the case of cargo, this is important. it's important to generate competitiveness possibilities in the interior of the deep of our provinces. The only possibility is through the railroad. There's an international treaty called Ferrocarriles Sudamericanos, South American Railways. That is to say, the southern integration of all southern countries to exit to the Pacific Asian ports, because 80% of what's the heart of South America, what is produced, the natural destination is Asia Pacific. The world has changed. The place of production and the place of production have changed, and that demands from us to think of different roads. And there, the state has to be present. That's why I'm liberal but a developer. But I'm not saying that the state has to fund the construction of those railroads, but we have to define as a state where we are going at. We have to sign that international treaty to have investment. And so we are going to set in motion those 2 million hectares that you have in Formosa. In Formosa, they say we cultivated 100,000 hectares. So I'm always saying that there's nothing unfairer than the poverty of Argentina, because if you think of the richness and the wealth in our country, you will say, it depends on us. Infrastructure is key, and the big tool is railroads, cargo railroads. To think that you have 100 million tons and 60 million of mining commodities is impossible. Triple contamination, triple number of trucks, triple number of deaths on the roads, a horrible panorama. So this is a big challenge we have ahead. Regarding companies, the other big challenge, many of the companies have to evolve with time or diversify. That's the way to go, undoubtedly. In the case of Formosa, the Formosa with the fewest number of companies, 3 times less than Chaco and 10 times less than the city of Buenos Aires, of course. But we have to go towards an evolution. And of course, a way of diversifying or founding new companies are infinite possibilities. As I said, India has the 4th biggest railroad network in the world. In November last year, they completed their 100% electrical railways. We are very far from that objective, but the ambassador told me we have 100 diesel locomotives to spare. Oh, that's good news, I told the ambassador. But that's all the opportunities we have so far. But what am I saying about the India? Because the future of railroads that we have to set in motion in South America should be done with renewable energies, and we have all the possibilities of carrying this out. Wind power, biomass, all the opportunities we can think of are here in our country. But I would like to make this line, or to draw this line of challenges. We talk about economy, infrastructure and logistics, the evolution companies should have in those different areas, the different supply chains they are part of, the supply chain of renewable energies. The 4th point is teamwork. Who should we partner with? I cannot explain any businessman what a team means, but we have to take this concept to the state, to the municipalities, to the houses of representatives, the House of Senators. The country should be filled with decision makers, with makers, in the places where decisions are taken. Otherwise, there's no possible change. We are going to be confined, thinking how we can make progress with 50 grams per day when people are going 100-fold more than ourselves. You're not going to become a champion if you leave Messi seated at the bench. The people who we have to emulate, those who knew how to keep a good portfolio of customers, manage good teams, those are the ones who have kicked the goals. This is our football team are the survivors, and we need those survivors to reach the decision-making positions, because without a good team, this is impossible. And I think many feel that it's time we took that necessary step forward via the municipality or in favor of the municipalities and the provinces and the country. I don't know if I still have time. There is a quote that I think applies permanently. If we continue trying always the same, we're not going to have different results. This applies also to our country and to leadership. And if we want to become this powerful Argentina we all want to become, this is the key. And so a different Argentina is impossible with the same people we know so far. Thank you, Francisco, so much. Very clear ideas we have here, opportunities at global level, many production opportunities, but the need for new infrastructure to be able to harness all those opportunities, the need to diversify and make our companies more complex, and the need for new teams and new leaderships to face that future. Thank you so much, Francisco. Carlos Chagnac, you'll have the floor, but with an additional reflection, please, from an international perspective. What can we expect from the future?
¿Se escucha?
First of all, thank you very much, Marcelo, for having invited me, especially the international team led by Mailen and the guys, because you're really doing impressive work. Anyone who comes into this Congress, I think it's my third or my fourth, I'm truly impressed, pleasantly impressed, because of the enormous efforts that have been made. Thank you, Marcelo, for that. Thank you for the honor of sharing this panel with such important figures who have such a great capacity to play this game, and it's a pleasure to hear them. I will propose a different perspective. It may have been important to say this at the beginning, but I will say them now at the end and maybe connect them with some of the things that were mentioned. I want to clarify that a week ago I stopped being the permanent representative before the FAO and the World Food Program. So anything that I say is my own saying as a person and not in representation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Without a doubt, we are experiencing a profound change that has been a long time in the making internationally. We are facing a reconfiguration of order and world power. Some people have qualified this moment as a transition or as an interregnum. I prefer to subscribe to the idea that we are in a context of non-hegemonic order. And like I said at the beginning, that has been a long time in the making. So that creates a certain feeling of disorder or confusion at a worldwide level. To affirm that we are living in a non-hegemonic order means that no state or coalition of states is exercising a universal and full hegemony. There is no bipolar order. And we are not seeing that this will be the case in the short term or in the near future. So after 300 years, the 18th century, 19th century, and 20th century of domination of the West, where certain values, institutions, rules, preferences, and interests were universalized, we are now facing what some experts consider the dawn of the domination of the West and the end of the order of the post-Cold War. The United States and China are the only powers that have the wide range of power attributes. In the future, other players may rise, but this would reinforce the idea of no hegemony of any state in particular. Not even regionally, the United States is exercising its power hegemonically over Latin America and the Caribbean, and neither does China on the Asian continent. Therefore, part of the global uncertainty is the fact that we are heading towards a post-Western world. And more than the dawn of the West, because it's not really the decadence of the West, we are talking about displacement of the gravitational center outside of the West. And this involves, according to certain academics, that the main training centers would be firstly, first screening between two opposing norths that are represented by the United States and the non-geographical West, and China together with Russia, Iran, North Korea, Iran, Cuba, and Venezuela. And this North 1 and North 2 made up of the other part, which would be called by certain people a global South, but that is highly heterogeneous in terms of the power configuration, political regimes, social and economic models, values, and cultures. The relationship between the two Norths is of rivalry, but also of cooperation in certain moments. We've seen it in certain moments related to financial crisis or climate change, but we cannot rule out the risk of a military confrontation in the future. The relationship between the two Norths with the South, or with the so-called global South, is complex and has different levels of dependency, particularly in Latin America, whereas the United States is in a phase of relative decline and with the need to define what will be its positive or more positive involvement in the region. On the other hand, we are seeing a reality and a rising power with many power resources, both economically and with influence capacity, and I'm talking about China, but also with greater availability to provide tangible goods to a region that is desiring technological innovation. The United States, therefore, will need to make a choice whether they expand more resources in this region in a context that is undoubtedly challenging. The triangle Latin America, China, the United States places South America in a very unprecedented situation with a dual dependency of two strategic competitors with parity of power and a situation that has never existed in the past and never existed during the Cold War with the Europe of back then. Therefore, this is my first message. I'm not giving my opinion. I am just saying how this global transition is happening worldwide. My first message is that we will need to be very careful in reading the competition process between the two Norths to analyze the level of that possible confrontation that could take place to decide or make the best decisions in our own foreign policy, trying to assess the opportunities that are presenting for Argentina and that this global North that we are not part of. But Chile and Mexico, who have been part of the free trade agreement with the United States for years, are expanding their negotiations with China to obtain more investments to extract strategic minerals in the case of Chile and increase automotive production in the case of Mexico. This shows the broad range of possibilities of any bilateral interaction where the triangular dynamics are not involved. This, in general, this dynamic emerges when sensitive topics appear, such as strategic matters, or in the case of China, the case of Taiwan. So I would like to conclude this first point regarding the geopolitical context by expressing that a non-hegemonic international order should expand the autonomy capacity of the global south and of countries such as Argentina. This because this non-hegemonic order in general does not create rigid blocks like in the Cold War, and that happens mainly because of the dissemination of power and global wealth. It has become clear in the past years that our region, that is Latin America, has lost its gravitas in international conflicts and in terms of coordination because of intra-regional crisis and socio-political crisis in our countries. However, with a process that started in 2007 with the global rise in the price of food, plus the consequences of the Arab Spring in 2011, originated by the lack of a key input in the diet of this population, such as wheat. And in the last few years, with the pandemic and the Russian invasion on the Ukraine, we have seen the geopolitics of food emerge. This means that food security has become one of the most fundamental strategic aspects on the global agenda. We can see this in the G20 taking place in Brazil, where Brazil is promoting a global alliance against hunger, because clearly there will be no peace without food security, and there will be no food security without peace. Therefore, and regardless of where we are in terms of the government, by belonging or aligning with one of these norths, there are agro-bio-industrial opportunities that are extraordinary. And based on the understanding of this need to preserve the associated agendas in this non-hegemonic order, Argentina can fully leverage them. I believe that another consequence of the non-hegemonic order is the weakening of multilateralism. As we have been observing, the World Trade Organization, for example, where the liberalization of agricultural trade is still outstanding, and the attempt of some countries to weaken or politicize science-based platforms such as the Codex Alimentarius or the Rotterdam Convention. Clearly, these are scenarios where the most important interests of the agro-bioproductive sector are at play. And of course, we will need better and more diplomatic presence of Argentina in all international forums where that production is at stake. Always in close ties and in synergy with farmers, with their associations, and the commerce and trade chambers associated to this sector. As I have already expressed, non-hegemonic order involves more room for maneuver, but more uncertainty as well. I have already referred to these uncertainties, so I will try to mention the certainties that do exist, or the opportunities, which are clearly happening as an increase in the global population, which will reach 10 billion by 2050, and the economic growth of certain regions, particularly in the Asian continent, where we expect a growing demand of food. A rise is expected in the demand for food of more than 50%, and also an increase in the demand of calories of more than 60%. Argentina is one of the few countries that is in the very select group that lives with food surplus, as the rest of the countries of Mercosur and other countries such as Australia and the United States. Particularly, and in the face of the confirmation of Asia as the future economic hub of the world, by 2030 there will clearly be areas that will have a severe food deficit, and there will be greater purchasing power. So this is something that we must remember. In the last United Nations report on the state of food security, 8.1% of people living in Asia suffer from hunger. And there is 20.4% that suffers from hunger in Africa, but 8.4 in Asia means 384.5 million people in the face of 298.4 million people in Africa. Therefore, Asia continues to be a great opportunity for our international food trade. On the other hand, the European Union, with a food sector that is only 5% of their GDP, maintain policies that subsidize agriculture, generating important distortions that affect international food trade and international biofuel trade, using environmental justifications, but which in reality respond to the protectionist desires of their farmers and to maintain rurality in a global context where urbanization is on the rise. Argentina is an agro-bioindustrial producing country that has high levels of sustainability. Therefore, beyond the criticism to the unfair policies of the Europe, Argentina is facing a great opportunity to maintain the sustainability of production, even overcoming the rigorous mechanisms of policies and regulations in Europe. Final part to conclude. The Africas represent this last part. Because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, especially in the north of Africa, we have a region that is part of net importers of food, particularly wheat, sunflower, and maize. Many of the countries in Africa are not only net importers of food, but also, just as an example, we can calculate that 27 countries depend by 50% on the food consumption and depend on the import of wheat from Russia and Ukraine. Africa is very heterogeneous, and we believe that 60% of the cultivable land is placed in Africa, but with a high level of undernourishment. 42.5% of the working class is dedicates to agriculture, and with a high percentage of smallholder farmers. Africa exports $43 billion worth of food, and we expect that number to double. But it is clear that agricultural production there is highly inefficient with low productivity, and if we add internal conflicts and the consequences of climate change, it becomes very clear to see the problems that Africa has in this sense. But there's a great opportunity there as well. How will we feed the 10 billion people that will live in the world in 2050 if we do not increase food production at a worldwide level? And if that productive revolution does not take place in Africa, where will it take place? For them, it will be much necessary to transfer knowledge and technology with high-quality seeds and genetic improvements, with a better use of fertilizers and a growth in the production of phosphate. The idea here is that the scientific and technological package of Argentina and our region has a major opportunity there, and we cannot overlook this in our plans. I would like to conclude by saying the following. In a wonderful meeting with the international team of Aapresid yesterday, this group is doing an extraordinary job with stakeholders and partners who support this work. We reflected upon the role of Aapresid in the future. The future is now. And Aapresid has grown internally, and they are a reference for other countries in the region, and they have even caught the interest of FAO, with which they are developing a memorandum of understanding, because science and innovation at FAO cannot ignore what Aapresid is doing. Aapresid appears as one of the most inclusive and successful platforms representing farmers and facilitating the process of ownership of farmers, of the most relevant technologies in agriculture, and to think of agriculture holistically and within food systems. Aapresid, in my view, represents the biggest platform to share the scientific and technological package of Argentina, which together with Brazil, Uruguay, and Paraguay are showing that there are solutions from the global south. To all the challenges of food security, we have regions such as Africa that need us, and we will have to think strategically how to tackle such a challenge. It is clear that Aapresid is not enough, and its partners and all of its network at a regional level are necessary. But if we build this with the association with ICA, for example, we can scale up for sure. Yesterday, in some of the discussions, we heard very valuable contributions, which reminded us of all the shortcomings that exist in our productive chain. But dear friends, everything is connected, and the imperative of growing for Aapresid is inevitable. And at the same time, we cannot disregard the internal dynamics. Aapresid must not bear the sole responsibility when the public sector must become involved. Currently, it is essential to raise our voices to remind people of two things. No agri-food system will be successful if it is not based in the public-private synergy, as Manuel was expressing. And both players are essential, each one in their role. Sometimes guidelines will come from the public sector, but sometimes they must come from the private sector as well. It is part of this dynamic. And the other issue is the role of Argentine diplomacy. We must strengthen their role in all international negotiations where the agro-bioproductive interests of our country are at stake, defending our interests and doing so proactively to show the solutions that we can offer. We must be fully convinced that the interests that we are defending, both at the FAO, at the WTO, or any association within the framework of geopolitics, we either sit at the table with big players, or if not, we will be on the menu, like I mentioned yesterday, and I mention it again. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Carlos.
Thank you very much, Carlos. I would like to synthesize or summarize with a couple of phrases the need to rethink national strategies in terms of agricultural development in a world that is in the midst of a reconstruction in this new geopolitical context, the importance of Aapresid and the organizations in the sector, and the role of diplomacy to face these new challenges in this changing world. Thank you very much to the four guest here, and I'm going to open the floor for questions to the four panelists. We are receiving the questions. If you have a comment or a question you would like to ask, we will open the floor for 10 minutes of debate.
No me llegó ninguna.
I didn't receive anything. They said, especially Marcelo, as responsible for this event, that this who ask the best question will get an Amarok with them, or 4 Amaroks. So if you're interested in any of these trucks, if you want, I can ask a question myself. Let's see. This goes for the 3 of you. I agree with a smaller state that release the potential of the individual, that has more freedom and that has clear pathways. That is a problem in Argentina that Brazil and Paraguay does not have. You see Brazil, all this, you see their pathway goes a bit to the right or a little bit closer. The variation is minimal. Here we change 180 degrees with every administration. What do you think the public-private relationships should be to help people prioritize in their individual lives? For example, the Foreign Office. We have had very good meetings with this ministry. There's an opportunity in Africa, for example, in Europe. We can put knowledge and biofuels available to them. What should be the role of the state? Because as Carlos said, with Marilyn, who's the international manager, we attended many COPs, and we have visited European producers in France, Ireland, Italy, and there are many working opportunities there. But it's going to be much more efficient if we can align ourselves with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. How do you see the role of the state and that public-private interaction to make the most of this, to seize the opportunities we have in the world? Of course, we understand that we have to think of the macroeconomics, and we understand that priority. But going a bit to the shorter and the longer term, that everything is connected, how do you see this? You have to settle the macroeconomics, and we are on the right path. But how do you see what should be the strategy and the role of the public-private sector to seize this opportunity at global level? That goes for the three of you. The three of you could answer. I think there's something important happened December the 10th, or the election day, that is a cultural change of a big part of a society. They were looking for a smaller state focused on more strategic visions to create the general conditions so that industry, the mining sector, the farming sector can grow and release our potential. I think that that foundation that started being built, I think that cultural changes are complex. I'm not a sociologist. Perhaps, Marcelo, you could help me out here. But I think that these changes should not be underestimated. And this is helping to hold and to uphold these macroeconomic changes and the role of the state, which is a basic condition. And this is paramount. Going a bit further into the role of the state, in this case, the Secretary of Agriculture, we are moving towards a much more bidirectional role. As you know, we welcome thousands of chambers of commerce, officers, and we interact with different interests and lobbyists. And in that interaction process, in many cases, that cultural change is there, and the idea is to be with this, to come with a proposal. The swine producer should propose a strategic plan. The industry should have a 2030 strategic plan. Beef industry should have its strategic plan. So to work on those strategic agreements throughout the supply chain. So when we welcome or when we receive a chamber, we work on those proposals so as to see how from the state we can enhance or improve the measures. The state should establish certain quotas and growing or seeding strategy and crop orientation, and that has been very damaging for the private sector. So to have a state to help enhance all of that, of course, with regulations and certain guidelines, with a focus on certain smallholders, I think this is the way to go. Many have seen this landscape. In some cases, this was not the case. We continue receiving many with their demands, the list of demands and the list of subsidies they require that has led to this economic decadence. And part of our work is to teach and to promote this cultural paradigm or cultural shift, a cultural change that happened in the ballot, but this is something that we should see also in the industry in general to move forward and to leave failed model behind. We are receiving a flood of questions for you all. I would like to begin with Carlos. There are many questions on this regard regarding the opportunities for Argentina in the face of new environmental traceability demands of the European Union for Argentine products. What are the opportunities there? How can we confront those guidelines?
Una pregunta clave, es un tema.
It's a key question. As Manuel just said, there has been a CAS meeting, the Agricultural Council of the South, whereby the most important southern countries have met, not for the first time, but there is a dynamic, there's a construction whereby there's a concern, there's a reflection on this matter. As you might know, these regulations should start working as of January 1st, 2025, and this implies, and let me share with you that I've had many conversations with different stakeholders related to agriculture in Europe, and they are highly concerned about these new regulations. These are decisions that are taken in Brussels, but when you talk with producers and even importers, they don't have the slightest ideas how this could be implemented in terms of daily lives. In fact, many importers have halted many purchases because they do not know about the consequences of this dynamic. I mean, they are in the midst of a great confusion of implementations. Having said this, there's a general consensus at regional level to request for the delay of the implementation of these policies. But I think this is the formal process. In the real economy process, Argentina is one of the countries that probably has the most possibilities to show its adaptation capacity to these restrictions. Let me give you an interesting example. I had to accompany some chamber representatives, Argentine chamber representatives, at the meetings they have held at FAO and with other representatives from European countries in Rome when I was a permanent representative there. There, somehow, we showed a model that Argentina is carrying out, that some members of the private sectors are carrying out, to show how the capacity to show that the capacity of traceability can be shown in terms of deforestation, beef, leather. Correct me if I'm wrong, Manuel, and soybean. When these presentations, when I see Brazil did this presentation in FAO where we went together, I want to say that the level, the degree of surprise on the part of the leaders of Food FAO in what Argentina has achieved in terms of mechanisms or the structure to show traceability, the scientific rigorousness and the seriousness of the task carried out, their surprise was was a meeting because we wanted them to tell us how to adapt to the European regulations. But we repurposed the meeting. We need your experience, they said, because we are thinking of models to put at the country's disposal what you are doing. You are a step ahead. You are ahead of many countries. Sometimes we criticize ourselves, but we have many opportunities to show. As long as we are able to shed light on this capacity of being productive, so that our production can be sustainable and can have not only economic, social, and environmental possibilities, but we do this with conviction because producers are convinced, because there's work that has been carried out for many years in the private sector with very positive synergies, to go back to the prior question, with the technical department of the state, because INTA had a key role, or the SENASA was key in many of the questions. You cannot speak of food security without SENASA, without the role the INTA has played. So I think that Argentina has a lot of opportunities, but not because we do this out of goodwill. It's obvious that politics should seduce us to convince that we are on the right path and that we have the right opportunities. I see this from what I've heard abroad, at the surprise of what we are doing. So we have huge opportunities, but we have to work seriously on these synergies and to be sophisticated. The world is complex. It's not just to think in a rigid manner, but you have to think out of the box, because there are opportunities, but you should know how to read the room and to operate in consequence. I have 15 questions regarding railroads. So there's a lot of interest in this regard. One of the questions says, how can we carry out this railway network without a direct intervention of the state in terms of investment? And how can we move forward without union blockage? And how can we move forward with this idea? The first thing, and that's why we talked about this, is with an international agreement. International agreements are part of our constitution, and that is a sovereign feature. And we should start off, as we have always done, talking with the different chambers, the colleagues from different countries, the commission from the international ministries. I started to talk with different ambassadors, and we should have to start planting the seed of this idea. That's the way we should go until they take root. The first question is simple. When business is good, there's money always appears, never mind who invests in it. But if we provide the institutional network for those investments to appear, especially in the first corridor, that is in the Capricorn Axe, the first thing we need to put a railroad in motion is the cargo. Paraguay has the cargo available today, and you give the proposal that they are going to save 30 days of shipping going through the Panama Channel. If they have to go through the Panama Channel, there's 65 days of shipping. If they go through Antofagasta, Mejillones, it's 35 days of cargo. And you don't have to use ship that is designed for the canal, but you have to use a smaller ship because you can move from deep waters, harbors, to shallower ports. So there's a shortening of time frames, and all of that brings about a more return on investment, a fast return on investment. I can reach 30 days earlier, and the cost of the shipping is 30% less with these roads or railroads we have to develop. But as I said before, this happens with the change of the world, where it is produced and where it is consumed. And I always say, Las Lomitas in Formosa is closer to Shanghai than Pergamino in the province of Buenos Aires. Thank you, Francisco. Manuel, I have many questions for you. I'll try to summarize them in one. How do you see the role of the state, especially from the Secretary of Agriculture, to promote the productive diversification, especially support the interior of our provinces? What are the public policies you are thinking in order to sustain competitiveness, but also to support the interior of our country? Sometimes we go back to the beginning. With the macroeconomy in order, any town, city of the interior of our country will develop faster and better. Internally, at the Secretary, there is a work we have been carrying out since the beginning of our administration in December to simplify, avoid the red tape, making producers' life simpler. This is key. It seems a minor issue, but when we have distortive taxes and we have more complex issues than that, to go from 5 presentations of CISA to 2, eliminating 3, is a simplification that is of real aid. If banks give credits to producers and industries and not to the state, is a tool that helps dynamize the production. There is a biotechnology area, an industry area within the Secretary that is focused on broadening those opportunities for crops, adding of value, adding of technology, and the approval of biotechnological events, and many more complex issues. And our focus is to speed up those processes, especially taking into account the productive cycles of the different seasons, growing seasons, focusing on that. Clearly, biofuels are an area that require development and enhancement. As Francisco was saying before, if we double our productive capacity, we have to ship that. But if we double that, we also need to transform it somehow. Because, as you all know, 70% of our corn goes abroad, and it should be turned also into biofuels, bioplastics, or animal feed. And so we have to think of that. So trying to sum up, Marcelo, we have to give the rules of the game to the producer and the necessary funds to do it. But the good news is that financing is something that we have achieved at very attractive rates for agricultural producers, for farmers, and it's a time to make the most of as macroeconomics starts settling and ordering the problems we are used to in the latest year.
En honor al tiempo.
Okay, because of time, we will close the session. I would like to thank the 4 panelists, and we would like to apologize because we have really a cascade of questions, many related to the comments made by our colleagues. But just to respect the limited time that we have, I just would like to share some reflections about the future. Some of the colleagues have discussed opportunities, and they've also expressed in some of the questions that I haven't been able to read, is how to think about the future of Argentina, what the role of Aapresid can be. And there we can kind of mark the topics there, because Aapresid wishes to help the government and the different organizations of the sector to have a more prospective outlook and a more strategic view of Argentina for the future, taking into consideration this ever-changing world in geopolitical terms. So as a final reflection, the need that we have from the public and private sector organizations, and especially the farmers' associations such as Aapresid, with a very strong capacity to think in terms of innovation, in prospective terms, to think about the future of Argentina and the future of agriculture. So in that sense, I think there are many questions that have been presented today. How can Aapresid collaborate in a more prospective manner? And how can they generate spaces for debate where we can think of an agriculture and rural Argentina in the future? And this big challenge, right? Thank you very much. Very good question. Aapresid is an organization mainly made up of Argentinians with everything that is involved. And Argentine producers and Argentine farmers are extremely resilient because of issues that we will not list now. They know of economy, of agriculture, they know of business administration, management, etc. So I think that produces very innovative farmers that have a collaborative mind. They know what they're doing. They're very efficient. And also, we have a trend to think of Argentinians in a dichotomy. No, it's the local agenda. It's the leaf hopper now. Now that's the main topic. And that happens, as well. So I think that the first issue to understand is that the world has changed. It is no longer possible to work in isolation, and it would be a great risk for the institution to be completely foreign to all of these changes that are occurring at a global level. And of course, we have the other side of the coin, which is that we may be thinking of the future and of global issues, and we're failing to respond to the needs of producers here. So that's a little bit the labor that we're in. But I think we can try to make our agendas more compatible. I also think that the great power of our institution is that farmers are involved in innovation processes. I was in Europe recently, but speaking with farmers from the different countries that I mentioned, I do not need to explain to a farmer in France how to evolve their productive system. But what I can tell them is what we did in Argentina, what the attributes are that we believe will provide a stronger agricultural response as well as an environmental response. We can convey our know-how, our knowledge of how they can integrate into regional groups, how they can put together groups for research and development, identifying key moments, working with science and technology in real scenarios. I think that's our mission, and I think that that has a very strong impact, and that's what we need to do. But what you said here is key. It's very good to go with proposals, to go with a strategy, and that's what we do. Because at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we've had very good meetings where we spoke about this, and even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has pointed out some countries in Africa or Eastern Europe where there may be possibilities of going with this interactive model, this proposal, and also with no-till planters. We are working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and with the different secretariats, including agriculture, and then value adding, because we may think of strategies, but we have very concrete things. Biofuels for aviation. I know that in 2025, any airplane that flies into Europe will need to have 10% of biofuels. but they get here with the empty tank to the end of the world where we are. They need to refuel, so we will need to respond to that need. I think we need to guide the innovation ecosystem in Argentina and align it with the needs of the world. And I agree. I will not go to the state to ask for subsidies or to ask for solutions, but to maybe think together, engage in dialogue, and identify opportunities, the ones that they see and the ones we see. Is it safe to invest in Brazil, where there's no institutional security and then you cannot transfer money and the land tenure is complicated? So we need to identify the countries where we can go. Some farmers are producing abroad because Argentina is too small, and it's happening with Uruguay. There are also Argentine farmers growing in Africa and even in Europe and the United States. Why? Because the push and the drive and the youth of Argentine agriculture would allow us to disembark with full production chains abroad. Aapresid also needs to deal with that, but also needs to deal with the leafhopper. So that's a challenge for the institution, and how to have high-quality conversations and how to have good discussions between public and private sector.
Tenemos que darle un upgrade de
We have to upgrade as well many things, because we're coming to these forums, these summits with a good conversation, but we must have a common message with the region, with Brazil, Uruguay, and Paraguay, and Chile. And we must have a public-private partnership to capture these possibilities. I think this is what's coming in the next years. And the sale of ecosystem services. Because everything we do, carbon capture, all of this has to affect the price of grains. So an environmental certificate, now we need to sell them for other companies to offset carbon. I mean, it's something that has been discussed since the beginning of time. And the sale of ecosystem services, not just in terms of grain or energy, is something that we need to focus on. And we need to consolidate this perspective. And I think this could be a way forward. Thank you, Marcelo. Some key ideas that we were left with in these days and in this roundtable: a changing world, a complex world with a new geopolitical reality. The need, the urge to organize and create the basic conditions to build a future, the need to create strategic infrastructures to mobilize our resources, as well as a greater capacity for innovation, greater dialogue capacity between public and private entities and between technical and political institutions. I think that, like the motto says, everything is connected. And this is where we are writing the future of agriculture. So we hope that this roundtable has helped you to reflect upon that future that we want to write together for the good of Argentina and for the development of our territories. Thank you very much to everyone.
Muy bien, concluida la primera charla.
We have concluded this first talk of Aapresid Congress 32 and with the motto, everything is connected, New Amarok, and with the strength of Expo Agro. We have discussed the future challenges, and we will have other conversations as well. We will have a break until 11:15. At 11:15, we will come back and we will discuss on carbon harvest and how to move forward with sustainable agriculture in the Americas. That will be the next presentation at 11:15. We will be expecting you. Remember that we also have the corn stunt disease, from drama to action. That will be another of the talks. We have experience in the management of Dalbalus maidis, and we will also have the financial strategy with the current context and future trends, moderated by Gustavo Lazzari. These will be the talks that we will have in this room. We have 9 simultaneous rooms taking place at this Aapresid Congress in each of the pavilions of this edition, for the first time being held in the city of Buenos Aires. May I remind you that in the central hall of this Congress, we have the institutional Aapresid stand with important discounts to become a member and to join this network of no-till farmers that has been in operation since 35 years, and with its 32nd Congress taking place in different places of Argentina, in this case in the city of Buenos Aires. A break now, and we will meet again for the next talk at 11:15. Thank you. Que...
Eso. ¿Querés
Hola,
saber?
hola, hola. ¿Sí?
Muy bien.
Very well. We will now proceed with the second day of the Aapresid Congress in its 32nd edition, New Amarok, with the strength of Expo Agro. And remember that the motto of this Congress is everything is connected. We are now in the second talk of the second day, and we will be together until tomorrow. I would like to thank you for being present today, and for those of you who are following us online on www.congreso.aapresid.org.ar. Remember that this Aapresid Congress has been in Argentina for more than 35 years to promote more sustainable productive systems. Today, this is a reference event for the international landscape for researchers, decision makers, farmers, and other representatives of the agro-industrial chain in the world. Two things before we continue. I believe that most of you know this, but it is worthwhile reminding you that please, you should put your cell phones on silent mode. And remember that in this panel, we do have a simultaneous interpretation service. So if you wish to listen to this conversation in Spanish or English, please pick up your headset outside. You need some kind of photo ID to be able to receive your headset. Thank you very much. Carbon harvest, advancing sustainable agriculture in the Americas. This is the next presentation, which will be moderated by Jorgelina Trau. We welcome her. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Cesar, I apologize. We are not receiving audio in the booth. Thank you. This is a part of a strategic alliance. This is the last panel of the four discussions that we have. Today, we have a really interesting panel, and I will present it now. As you know, the role of agriculture and livestock regarding climate change and the impact of these productive activities, which are so important in Argentina, is part of a discussion that the world has had for the past few years, especially after the Paris Agreement in the year 2016. This is why we are taking one step forward, and we're talking about carbon harvest in this panel. This panel promises to provide more advancements in terms of the role of agriculture, which is existing in Argentina. So this is why the participation of ICA is so important.
Vamos a recibir a un gran maestro.
We will welcome a master, a real important person, Dr. Ratan Lal, who is joining us today. He is a distinguished professor in soil sciences and director of the CMASC at Ohio University. He is an assistant professor at the University of Iceland and the Indian Institute of Agricultural Research in India. And he is the #1 representative of the agronomists in the world and is a reference, really, for all researchers in the world. But he is the greatest and the leading authority in soil sciences in the world. He was the winner of the World Food Prize, and he is part of the IPCC, and he is a goodwill ambassador for ICA. Welcome, Ratan Lal. Big round of applause, please, for him. To a person who, in just a few minutes, will be sharing his presentation and expertise. Marcelo Torres, of course, is here, and he is the president of Aapresid. And Pilu Giraudo is here as well. She is the 5th generation of agricultural scientists, and she has the honorary president of Aapresid. She is part of different initiatives to promote regenerative and sustainable practices for future demands of humanity. Juan Farinati is also an agronomist and CEO of Bayer for the Southern Cone, and he has many years of experiences in different countries and continents. And Pilu Giraudo is here as well. She is the Vice President of INTA, representing that institution in addition to the program that was mentioned. And of course, to present on my left, with his expertise as specialist, Francisco Melo, International Specialist in Agriculture and Climate Change of ICA, who will give closing remarks. Thank you very much. Ratan Lal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was too eager to get on this podium while you were still introducing my colleague. So thank you, Aapresid. Thank you, ICA. It's a great honor and privilege to be here. I want to mention that in addition to Professor, I am Chair of Soil Science and Goodwill Ambassador for ICA, and that's really a privilege. It's a great honor to work with such a great team under the leadership of Dr. Otero. Today I'm going to talk about soil science, but to begin with that, let's talk about the global issues that the world is facing. Number one, population of 8.1 billion, increasing at the rate of 1.14%. That's 7.6 million per month, 92 million new population per year. That's a big challenge. Number two, per capita arable land area, at the moment about 0.2 hectare, and decreasing to less than 0.07 hectare for 30 countries by next year. Number three, land degradation, about 40% by the direct impact on food justice and human rights. Number four, per capita renewable fresh water supply of less than 1,000 cubic meter for 30 countries, and increasing the number of countries to 58, affecting 4 billion people by 2050. Atmospheric concentration of 427 parts per million today, and increasing by 2 parts per million every year. Average use of energy about 638 quads or 673 exajoule in 2023, and increasing to 736 quads by 2040. Per capita grain consumption 300 kilogram per year, and decreasing especially in Africa. And food insecure population almost 1 billion people, and increasing tremendously, and affected by malnourishment about 2 to 3 billion people. Per capita CO2 emission in the world is about 5 megagram of CO2 equivalent per year, and in the US about 18, and some Middle Eastern countries perhaps about 100. And the world peace is being jeopardized by food and nutritional insecurity. And I think ICA has a major role to play in most of these issues, and addressing them especially in the LAC and in Africa via LISOM and LISOF, and I think it is something that's very important that ICA is doing. That brings me to the question of the living soils. Soil is a living entity. It is something that has life in it, and the soil and life are closely interrelated. Essentially, all life depends on the soil. There can be no life without soil and no soil without life. They have indeed evolved together. And soil carbon is the heart of soil health, and that is what is supporting the life. There are different types of carbon. If we were to harvest carbon, we should know what carbon we are harvesting. We have a gray carbon that is in the atmosphere. We have red carbon, that is fossil fuel combustion, and the fossil fuel combustion, of course, increases the gray carbon in the atmosphere. The gray carbon is absorbed by plant, that's a green carbon, photosynthesis, and that is absorbed by the soil to become humus. That's a brown carbon. Brown carbon is re-emitted by decomposition into the atmosphere to become gray carbon, and some of it is transported in the ocean, and there it becomes blue carbon. And part of this soil carbon becomes white carbon because it's calcium carbonate, magnesium carbonate, which are precipitated. And then of course we have a black carbon, that is charcoal, which is the combustion of biomass. And all of these carbon pools are interrelated. So when we harvest carbon, we should know which one. The idea is to increase the green carbon, of course, brown carbon, and blue and white carbon rather than the gray and red carbon. So this interaction understanding is very important. The threshold level of organic carbon in a good soil, healthy soil, should be about 2.5 to 3.5%. If we talk about soil organic carbon, it's about a half of that. And most in agricultural crops, the productivity increases if the carbon content in the soil is low, and the optimum level is somewhere about 2.5 to 3.5%. Unfortunately, in many developing countries, the carbon content in soils of the tropics and subtropics is sometimes as low as 0.5%. Therefore, the input use efficiency is not as good as it should be if the soil organic carbon is lower. Therefore, increasing the carbon content in soil by 1 metric ton per hectare can increase productivity tremendously. Corn, for example, 100 to 300 kilogram per hectare for the same level of input. Soybean about 20 to 50, wheat 20 to 70. And at this point, I should mention a very good scientist from Argentina, Martin Diaz-Ureta. I met him yesterday. Wheat data is a part of his research, and I really commend him for doing that very good job. Rice 10 to 50 kilograms, sorghum 80 to 140, millet 30 to 70, beans 30 to 60. So we can increase productivity tremendously simply by improving soil organic carbon content. If we increase by 10 megagram per hectare, you can imagine the food security issue can be drastically addressed. The question is how by Living Soils of America project or Living Soils of Africa project that ICA is implementing, how do you manage soil health? Through regenerative agriculture such as conservation agriculture, digital precision agriculture, artificial intelligence, biofortification of crops, soil water energy nexus, building new soil, urban soil less farming, that would be aquaponic, hydroponics and other things. And all of these can bring about drawdown of atmospheric CO2 from the atmosphere into the land, into the soil. And these are the principles. Lysum specifically, soils of the managed ecosystem, crops, pasture, forest, urban, have a very large carbon sink capacity, and we are trying to harness it by improved technology, science-based innovation through Lysum, and of course we have now with the help of ICA tried to implement also in Africa. The challenges to making agriculture a part of the solution, for example, control soil erosion by conservation agriculture, eutrophication, soil cover all the time, soil organic carbon depletion by living and deep root systems, greenhouse gas emission by integrating crops with trees and livestock, conventional agriculture transformed to regenerative farming through something like conservation agriculture. This is a very good example. I think Argentina, Brazil, many other countries in South America and this part of the world are really doing this type of farming, which is a role model, and I really commend the farmer and the scientist here to bring about this transformation. The whole goal is to produce more from less. That's the idea. Produce more from less. For example, at present, the fertilizer used globally is 200 million tons. If we improve soil health, increase the use efficiency of input, and therefore most of the fertilizer is absorbed, there is no need to have more than 50 million tons of fertilizer, from 200 to 50 by improving soil health. Irrigated land area, right now globally 350 million hectare, it can be increased to 500 million hectare, yet decrease the water, because the soil health is improved. The cropland area, right now globally we have 1.5 billion hectare. It should be decreased over time to half by the end of this century to 750 million hectare. Conservation agriculture, on the other hand, Argentina is a very good example of most of the no-till farming, direct seeding done here and in Brazil. 200 million hectares globally, all cropland by 2100 should be under conservation agriculture. Grazing land, we have 3.7 billion hectares. If we use it properly, about 1.5 billion hectares by 2100. Water use in irrigation, 3,150 kilometer cube. If we use drip fertigation, conserve soil water, improve soil health, no more than 1/3 of that amount. And yet the productivity can be doubled. And this is the idea of producing more from less. This is what the future plan should be at a state level, at a district level, at a national level, at a global level. How to return land and water, some of it we are not using properly now, back to nature so that we can absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere into the land and make agriculture truly a solution to environmental issues. That's the philosophy. And the philosophy of license and license project, everywhere we want to do is no farmer left behind. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Dr. Ratanlal. There's so much to talk about, to develop. How can we make these concepts a reality for farmers? This is one of the big questions that we are going to offer an answer to today. How are we moving forward in the different practices? Because there's no doubt we have come a long way forward. No tillage in Argentina is a fact, and we can intensify numbers. At the global level, no tillage is only 15%, but observing this situation, this context in Argentina, we realize that we have been doing things right in Argentina, but we have to go further. So let's start little by little how we can make farmers feel closer to these type of regenerative agriculture that is going to give an answer to climate change, to combat climate change that is really terrible nowadays. So I'm going to give the floor to Marcelo Torres, president of Aapresid, because definitely we start wondering, data are there. Do we have more information to provide? Can we get the farmer closer to that information that we already have that is scientifically based, but perhaps there's some information that farmers are lacking? Thank you. In the previous panel, I have said some of the concepts I'm going to repeat now, but taking a little bit the story of the institution, we started off with no tillage driven by the farmers. If I had to highlight something, I would say that it's important the empirical knowledge of producers and for farmers to attract innovation along with science and technology. They work in the field. It's very impactful. This is what we are discussing in climate change summits. Before the invasion of Russia to Ukraine and before COVID, organic agriculture seemed the answer to everything. But the conflict of Russia and Ukraine brought about this disruption because we cannot promote models that cannot ensure the supply of energy and food to humanity. Agriculture will have to produce more than 40% of food by 2050, but it will have to be a source of renewable energies that will coexist with fossil fuels, but they will increase more biofuels, biodiesel, electric energy. But in that challenging world, how do we connect with the farmer? Because we are a farmer association, Argentine Farmer Association, that somehow we are resilient. Argentine farmers know about agronomy, knows about business management. He's a survivor. And they are very competitive networks of advisors, contractors, producers. They are very efficient people, young people, really committed to the farming sector. And this is not very frequently seen in the world. Young people who start advising and who can provide consulting, and these hyper-professional young professionals taking decisions as Argentine producers. We have all this wealth, but we also have the tendency to think in a bi-directional manner. Either we take care of the leafhopper or we take care of carbon sequestration and global insertion. Juan would agree perhaps with me, but we have to do everything. The world has changed and we cannot afford to just focus only on one thing. Of course, the risk of checking on the midterm and the different systems without the foundations of producers working on this and without giving an answer to what farmers need today is a risk. So we have to be able to have this bidirectional vision, short-term and long-term vision in global and in local terms. As it happened with no-till, that was not an easy task at the beginning. We farmers have to feel, we have to draw this attention, and we have to lead the innovation. We're talking about carbon capture, carbon emission. Third level, we are talking about net balance. How can we monetize this? Will it be through cereals, through certificates, so it will not affect the cost of crops? But in Aapresid, our association, I live in the southwest of the province of Buenos Aires. We did not know how to adapt that to our area. There was a lot of mulch in our area. There are a lot of big factories in the area, and he said, I need a different system because it doesn't work here. Let's see it in the field. The same happens with this. But we have to broaden this networking. We have to work with industries, with technologies. We also have to work in the private-public interaction. We also have to work at regional level. The farmers should also understand that they have to push this forward. They have to start to understand what happens to carbon in the soil, what happens with the carbon footprint, with the emissions. They have to learn. We need to learn. We have a lot of loose data, and we have to land it, georeference all this data, develop a protocol, and then Aapresid is part of different layers of we are part of different confederations, different parts of I see Yuka, Marie, Martín.
Juntos en primero consolidar una.
We need to consolidate a regional network to measure carbon 1 meter deep, for example, in plowed areas, in no-till areas, see how we see carbon in both types of soil, how can we lower net emissions. We had Bruno Basso talking about predictive models to be able to forecast the emissions we're going to have and adapt to different practices, and how that can be turned to a certificate of companies that emit and that can be use it and monetize it. So we have to connect everything. We have to connect the long-term, short-term agenda, the global agenda, connect industries, export, and the producers should not remain seated waiting for this to develop by itself. Without the voice of the producer leading these changes, it's not possible. So this ensured the high levels of no-till adoption, because there's a sense of belonging to what happened. It landed this system from the all the general areas to the subtropical areas. So this goes the same for carbon sequestration. We should see how to adapt it to our field. This is the message. So for farmers to feel part of this, to push for this agenda. Thank you, Marcelo. You give me the cue for Juan Farinati to understand what's going on from the private sector to add up this strategy of carbon capture that requires the leadership from companies. Well, first and foremost, thank you very much for inviting me. The first thing is, of course, everybody came here to listen to Dr. Lal, but the interest there is on this topic is something that some years ago was not there. So I think it's a topic that is in the agenda of interest, and we all want to learn, and that is key, and that's the cornerstone of our evolution in that sense. From Bayer, what we see as part of the private sector connected to technology, that the main pillar of what we do with agriculture to make resilient climate change based on the soil as a resource, as a fundamental key, as Ratan said in his presentation, prioritizing the reduction of resources to produce and ensuring food's safety. This is key, as we have been seeing lately. And there are two things here that become key. First, how can we make innovation accelerate and help the farmer to enhance this process of regenerative agriculture? And secondly, the digitalization process, the impact of digitalization that Dr. Lal showed in the evolution of regenerative agriculture systems. A couple of things that I think are important. I think that is, we have to work on collective knowledge generation, something that is key, as Marcelo mentioned, not to work in silos, producers and companies separately, but how can we generate knowledge collectively? In the understanding the productive system as a productive system of many years, not of just a growing season. And also understanding all the different tools a farmer has to be able to work on regenerative agriculture. When we speak about tools, we talk about cover crops, crop rotation, technology, digitalization, tools that allow the application of technology. So to be able to have, with this comprehensive long-term view in the understanding of the whole palette of resources the farmer has, this is something that is key. And there are two experiences here I would like to share. First, we have been working with different institutions, INTA, FAUBA, ACREA, on pro-carbon program, a program that we launched in Argentina 3 years ago. And in the program Pro Carbon, we are working with 160 producers of Argentina. So there's nothing we can do as a technology company if we do not have the farmers as part of this process. And something we have learned throughout these 7 years of trials and 3-4 years of working with farmers is that there is a clear connection between regenerative agriculture and yield. This is something that used to be a dichotomy. If I do things to take care of resources, the soil and stuff, I can be less productive, have a lower yield, what's different from what Radan said. in essays, we saw the increase in yield. In Pergamino, there was a 9% growth in yield with regenerative agriculture after 6-7 years of trials. Now we are working with national farmers. Secondly, the reduction of resources, water reduction and other resources, reduction of emission by 1%. So this is we have the knowledge. We have the knowledge elaborated along with the institutions and producers that testify that regenerative agriculture and good yields go hand in hand. So to generate knowledge and to disseminate all this information jointly as a chain is something key. And two things. How can we explain this? And I think how we do this internally as a company and how we apply this with producers. Two examples. From Bayer, or at Bayer, we have seed production surface that is very important, especially corn. This is the fourth year whereby 100% of the surface of seed we produce is certified by IRAM. And by next year, we are going to have
producidas en Argentina bajo
corn sacks under regenerative standards. To produce that sack, we generate 50% less emissions than what we generally generate due to change of fertilizer that we use and the energy matrix that we use for irrigation, passing from fossil fuels to solar energy. This is from the point of view of explaining the knowledge of the company. And externally, the knowledge toward customers. There are two examples. One, we are starting to work on a collaboration in cover crops with productivity. This year with Camelina, we consider that these types of collaborations and getting closer this to the farmer, we provide more tools. Remember how we provide more tools so that farmers can work better in regenerative agriculture. And the second point, how do we incentivize the farmer so that they can receive an incentive. We have launched a program with ITERRA where we certify practically 1 million soybean hectares from the 2024 season, certified in free of deforestation certification and carbon footprint certification. And that producers receives an incentive in the price of soybean when they market that soybean because they can access markets that otherwise they will not be able to. So I think that this question of generating collective knowledge with institutions that work with us, engaging producers and land this in the field of the producer with a higher yield, with a better use of resources, and at the same time with a benefit in their business, fostering the adoption of these systems, I think is key.
Acerca de esto y de estas herramientas.
Thank you. We will continue discussing these tools and the possibility of generating a more regenerative agriculture. And in terms of these possibilities, one can think of public and private institutions. The role of INTA, the National Agricultural Research Institute here in Argentina, is an essential public institution. And in that sense, what is the information that farmers should have, and what is the role of INTA in this sense? Thank you, Jorgelina, and thank you, Aapresid, for the opportunity to share this panel with all of you, and thank you to ICA as well. We are talking about the mandatory demand that there is on global agriculture, producing more with less, which was clearly established by Dr. Ratnlal. Producing more with less is essential. And in this sense, we need to consider a lower carbon footprint, using renewable energies, leaving aside fossil fuels, and having a design capacity for resilient systems and promote biodiversity. This seems impossible sometimes. It seems overwhelming because it is these demands and many others. But I believe that this requires research and application and indicators, and this is needed all the time. Institutes such as INTA here in Argentina and the famous NARIs in the different countries have a fundamental role. And NARIs have a role in accompanying this strategy because we are talking about dynamic systems. We are talking about working with nature. There are no recipes. There are no one-size-fits-all solutions. And there are actually different possibilities and different strategies for each space in particular. Today, we have the possibility of developing these strategies and doing them site-specifically. This is very different from what we used to do when the revolution began, when we used to copy systems at a greater scale. This, of course, was not a problem. On the contrary, it was a benefit to start installing this very quickly. But later, with the hand of science and technology, we can adjust and better adapt this knowledge. Therefore, the role of maintaining scientific knowledge and of maintaining this scientific basis is essential, using science-based information. Marcelo mentioned this at the beginning. We were tempted at some point to move away from the scientific basis because of the demands, but it is now because of these demands that we are going back now to the value of scientific rigor, the scientific basis that is behind every technology that is developed. That is why this is essential, to have key indicators in this positioning and in this value capturing. These indicators must be developed with a system and a universal recognition so that we can really harness them. In that sense, the work of National Agricultural Research Institutes such as the INTA is key. But it would be wrong to believe that we have an isolated role. The role of INTA and the role of NARIs in the region is key when construed within a team where different stakeholders contribute their unique point of view. We are establishing this with a lot of clarity, and the role of production and the role of companies and the role of INTA is essential. I believe that this no-till revolution can be harnessed to tell how necessary these are for consolidation and to go deeper into them. And what is necessary is that the different technologies must feed into the productive systems so that we can reach these proposals and achieving, finally, a situation where the soils and our productive systems are part of a continuous improvement approach. With these new technologies, we start incorporating everything that has to do with biotechnology, with digitalization, with digital transformation in agriculture. And that is why, once again, I return to the essential role of national agricultural research institutions, because they combine all these possibilities. On the one hand, they have to do with basic science and research, but on the other hand, they need applied science in order to validate these scientific and technological processes. As we all know, technological and scientific innovations sometimes, they have a maximum of 2 years to be renewed. So if we do not work on science and technology, but together with production and with companies and with the whole range of technologies, we cannot compete with the scientific and technological advances that exist in the world. So that combination of research knowledge and anticipated research, and that ad hoc research that is aligned with reality is a role that we must take on from the perspective of NARIs. And we have the huge benefit of being associated, of maybe going deeper into spaces such as Procisur, such as the CAS, the Southern Agricultural Council. There are spaces that bring us together as national agricultural research institutes, and they help us have a consensus in terms of our perspective and a common approach, which not only positions us and strengthens us in terms of each country, but also strengthens the region. And the incidence that we can have at a global level will definitely benefit us all. In this role of NARIs, I would like to focus specifically on the proposal that Dr. Lal made, because producing more with less is the major challenge, and also not taking more land, and even considering the possibility of giving back some land to nature. This is a major challenge, recovering, restoring, regenerating, and multiplying productivity in every hectare that we use for production. In this sense, everything that has to do with biotechnology, gene edition, molecular farming, all of this allows us to think of each biomass development and how we will redirecting that carbon flow. What will it transform into? Because we produce food for people, we produce food for animals, we produce bioenergy, and we also produce an infinite number of products, which gives us a possibility to think that this challenge is definitely reachable. We can undoubtedly reach it, but we need science, we need technology, we need articulation and functioning as a group. We need to listen to one another, and we need to really focus as research institutions and focus on the real needs. And to have also the ability to anticipate ourselves from our institutes, continuing to work and to do research in areas or in variables where maybe today we are not being as solid as we should. And we need to prepare for this in advance. It is in this combination where we can strengthen our role. Pilu, thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution. I keep thinking about the question, Juan, that I wanted to ask you. What is being done from the private sector? What is your observation? What is the road ahead for the private sector? Increasing, changing the offer of tools, accompanying these processes, is that enough as an incentive for producers? I think that we need to generate collective knowledge, and based on that knowledge, we need to create tools, and at the same time, create incentives, stimuli, that need to be part of this motivation so that farmers can incorporate techniques and the technology to do regenerative agriculture. I think a big incentive is information. I think that we need to step away from the logic of regenerative agriculture goes against being productive or profitable, and regenerative agriculture actually enhances yields. That's the first incentive. And secondly, the business of farmers, the business side. Before the agreement signed with Viterra, in Argentina, a large percentage of the surface is for soybean and will have a certification and will be more expensive. Under the same agreement, there's a bank that will be financing better inputs for those farmers who are participating in that program. So it has to be part of the business model of farmers. At Bayer, we have Bayer Green Credits. And what we do is to have different categories that a farmer can fulfill. They are related to good agricultural practices, for example, certifications, treatment of wastewater from fumigation, or the Pro Carbono program. So you add points and you have a better interest rate when you have to buy inputs at Bayer. I think that in pursuit of that end goal, which is for the farmer to have certificates and to gain an economic benefit from that, I think there are a lot of steps in between that can be built in order to motivate and to incentivize that farmer so that they can incorporate more agricultural tools that are regenerative. So it's a combination: knowledge, tools, and stimuli. I think that's the road ahead. More opportunities, Pilu, to adopt, right? Where those opportunities that we're not observing and that we need to highlight. Yes, I couldn't agree more in that sequence. I think that the slogan of the Congress is true. Everything is connected. And we have the opportunity to expand our productive systems. We have the possibility to redesign them and diversify productive systems with this goal of having the results and the carbon harvest as a guiding light. But in this road, this is something that we have undergone together. We have built this together. We have strengthened it together. Therefore, this gives us the opportunity to think about different tools, to think about different alternatives for the transformation of the biomass, to have that achievement, but also address different markets. Within those possibilities, we have multiplied possibilities for more people, and that's a great incentive as well of this proposal, because it's not just related to producing a specific commodity or a specific activity. There are activities that are more developed and they are more measurable, but with science and with technology, we have the possibility of making proposals that are different by integrating productive systems that are also different. Maybe up to recently, we used to see them in silos, and we even saw productive systems as ones that left us out from the possibility of accessing this challenge, of being able to show that producing and protecting are compatible and are not antagonistic. They are not one against the other. And another important aspect that we shouldn't neglect, because lately all of the mandatory measures that have to do with environmental protection, it may seem as if it leaves behind people. In a fundamental pillar of this triple impact vision of win-win-win is to develop communities. And once again, we are engaging in conversations about a challenge that will allow us to become involved in production systems that will create profitability, that will create jobs, and that require many more abilities and more diverse abilities as well. So there is more space for more people. It's not evicting people from the system. On the contrary, it is including more people because there are different productive niches, different demands, especially today with an aspect that is so important today, which is to replace chemical inputs with biological inputs. And knowing the soil is essential for this development. So we are in a virtuous circle, and we have incentives to continue doing what we've been doing, but also we've created a better scenario. We have improved it. And I want to double down on the efforts and commitment where institutes such as INTA that have territorial coverage and we're close to the main stakeholders, in this case, the farmers. We are close to the farmers in this challenge to design this strategy together. Thank you, Pilu. Two things. I see Dr. Ratanlal taking notes here and writing down things, so we will go back to you in just 1 second to hear your feedback. I think the audience is waiting for your feedback because you are the leading expert. But before I give you the floor, we have Marcelo Torres, who is also thinking. I see him, thinking and reflecting upon everything that was said. And I just want to know whether it makes sense to you for no-till farmers who have been the protagonists and who have participated in regenerative agriculture, but who are also here trying to learn, trying to add new tools in this public-private partnership. Does this make sense to you, Marcelo, as a whole? Yes, of course. I also want to thank you for this trigger, but I would like to thank Manuel and Jorge from ICA because they have built this content together with us. We have a very, very deep relationship, and it's becoming more and more ambitious as a partnership. I spoke about integrating these 4 countries regionally, but the role of ICA in the Americas is key. Connecting, of course, in Manuel's term as Director General, and connecting all the pieces is really essential. This panel is happening because of them, and we thank them for everything. I believe that in the history of farmers, we started doing no-till farming or no-till farming started because of the big problems that we were having in the fields. It was the response to that, and we found a solution in no-till farming. Then we had problems with yields of corn in the West, and we went to low density or late corn. And producers started, finding solutions. When we started with no-till farming, we solved the erosion problems, but we saw new ones, resistant weed, and the technology allowed us to scale up the adoption of these issues. But we had weeds that resisted glyphosate, and we started having other problems. Also, livestock and agriculture, it was impossible to have them together. But we learned. We learned as part of the evolution of the process. We mixed herbicides after we ran out of options. So we realized that we had to eliminate weeds and maintain the fields as green as possible for as long as possible. With a soil microbiome that was more active, and many other things to learn as well. And we ran into climate-smart models, but it's not that we developed them on purpose, but we found that no-till farming combined with sustainable intensification and living and green fields for more time also reduces carbon emissions, increases capturing, and of course, the net balance improves. But I think farmers need incentives. You said it already. For this to scale up, they need incentives. They need to scale up because it's better for them, yes, because there's more scalability and it works better for their model. But for these ecosystem services to gain scale, we have to have, like banks. Banks want to support more sustainable farmers. We have an agreement with Macrobank, Santander, Galicia. We work with you, with Bayer, with Syngenta, with Bimbo, with Nestlé, with the agro industry, with Dreyfus, because we all want to create an ecosystem that identifies which are the sustainability parameters where we will support ourselves, and for us to speak the same language in general, and to look at things in the same way. And so that we can provide a technological solution to this product, but also to give incentives to have an environmental certificate that can be monetized, or maybe a better price for grains, or different financing. I think that This is essential because producers are providing ecosystem services that have a very high quality, and they provide it to a world that needs it. And they do this while feeding a growing population. And so they have to be able to capture carbon, because if it is the only sector that can capture it, because most of the sectors emit. So we have a chance to emit less. And capturing depends on the model.
But we have maps,
El nivel de carbono alcanzable por
reachable objectives thanks to best practices that we have identified, and we have stimulate producers to go that way, and the carbon level potential that depends on temperature and different other features. But all of that should be accompanied by incentives from the market, because they should feel that being more sustainable does not only calms his consciousness, but makes them economically viable at the same time. Otherwise, the gap between the talk and the walk will be wide. So one remains optimistic. Sometimes I have the feeling that we are not moving forward, that we're not making progress. But let's remember the talks we used to have 10 years ago. There were, they were not that popular. I'm sure it was because Ratan is here today that we are more popular, but undoubtedly we are having richer conversations. And since technology is making progress and fast, the people, the different technologies, site-specific technology, the digital twin, etc. But there has to be something for producers to understand the importance of these systems, to adopt them, not only their own consciousness and their own stimuli of producing more. There should be other type of incentives. And let me finish here. We should be at a phase as humanity whereby we should all be chipping in. The world is saying something different to us, full of conflicts. We are talking about geopolitics, full of conflicts, cultural clashes, COPs with extremely slow advances, the developing countries requesting to be compensated by the richer countries, highly emitting countries looking away, or drafting agendas that are not applicable or that are not science-based. Is a complex world, but the producer has to push forward. And I think the potential the agriculture, the farmer has is huge, and our task should be global. And global also means local. We have to take on that role. That's our duty. Thank you, Marcelo. Before turning to Ratan, I would like to know if Pilu or Juan would like to add something to what we have mentioned, so that we can listen from Ratan what he has heard, and we would like to ask the experts how we can incentivize. The world moves thanks to incentives, and Argentina has to develop them deeply. Would you like to add something before I give the floor to Dr. Lal? I would like to share three ideas. You left me thinking, and Ratan mentioned the role of digitalization in all of this. The digitalization of agriculture will allow us to be more productive and more traceable. To be able to show what we do, how we do it, is key in this path forward, so that the farmer can have access to incentives, whatever incentives. So the role of digitalization in this form, a new way of doing agriculture, is key. And the other thing that kept me thinking was this 90% of no-till farming versus 15%. Argentina is clearly leader in no-till farming, and they have the opportunity to lead good practices and to be the main player as a regenerative agriculture, which is something that they are asking from us to be part of the solution, and we have the opportunity to be there. So I think this is a huge opportunity to place value on what the farmer has been doing so far. How many years of no-till are we talking about? More than 80 years. So we can make the most of what we have been doing. So for Argentina in particular, this means a huge responsibility, but also a huge opportunity to enhance what the field sector is doing. So that's my vision. Yeah, I would like to add to that we are elevating the level of conversations because systems get more complicated or more complex and demands get more complex. So let's not feel that we used to be less. But it's good that we were working hard in the past to be now up to the challenge to keep deepening these discussions and the contributions from the different parts involved. I would love to highlight that apart from this mass and early adoption of no-till and of these systems of permanent evolution, we are also pioneer in the network development, collaborative networks. And it's no coincidence that this panel is supported by ICA, because ICA brings us together in the continent with this perspective. And there are different mechanisms, as I mentioned before, that Procesur that brings together all the NARIs with the support of ICA. We are part of the ICA Secretariat with the technological support of the Agricultural Council of the South, featuring the ministers of agriculture of the region, Fontavo, that is another organism that promotes the advances and public research line. So we have that installed capacity. We have the challenge of going deeper into that. And we have the challenge of making it easier. As INTA, we do not only have the role of researchers, but as technology outreach. We have to make it simpler. We have to make it collaborative. And once again, we need to strengthen our work there, our joint work. And I would like to leave as an incentive something that we experienced, not something that we have to imagine. In 2021, at the UN, they talked about the food summit, and the summit should be agro-food summit to have a real discussion of what we have been discussing, what implies food safety at global level. ICA was one of the leaders that took the opinions, that led the opinions in that discussion. And livestock was at the center of the discussion with such a negative lens that at that time we thought of the possibility of start reducing the livestock activity with environmental demands. And thanks to ICA, we could show how the livestock sector harvested carbon. And at that level, producers had and research institutions, companies, and the different local governments, decision makers had a key role. This is something that really happened, that was an experience that showed us the power we have with the role we have to take up and how from science and reality we can give definition to what it means to people's well-being and future well-being. I think that in this panel, it's very clear the key role each and everyone has, especially working together. Thank you, Bilu. Master Radalal, please, your feedback. What you have taken notes, a lot of notes, so you have a lot of information, perhaps, that you're taking from Argentina and the Americas as a goodwill ambassador from ICA. When you talk about the potential come true here in Argentina, everything we have to give in terms of regenerative agriculture, and that question, can we use soil less? That's what you propose, and that's to use lesser number of hectares to have a more sustainable agriculture, more productive agriculture. Let's hear it from you, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I must congratulate you. You're an excellent moderator. The panel, I took many notes because there were many good things they said, and it was an education for me also. I really appreciate the privilege of being a panelist with such elite members. Several points that I'd like to mention. Everybody said live in harmony with nature. Make sure that we are not trying to conquer the nature with soil, land, water, biodiversity, but live in harmony with it, and I fully agree with it. Number 2 point that came up almost from everyone, carbon harvest as a guideline, recarbonization of the biosphere, restoring carbon stock in the land, soil, trees, wetlands, vegetation, a very important part. Networking, everybody mentioned networking together, farmers, policymakers, general public, everybody working together, how to restore soil health is certainly a very important message which we should convey to everyone. One part which came out repeatedly was respect for farmers, respect for land managers, reward them, provide them incentives. I mentioned yesterday $50 per carbon credit. That's a small price. For us to expect land managers, farmers to make agriculture climate friendly, net negative emission, rewarding them appropriately, justly, fairly is very important. And in that respect, I should mention that each one of us, 8 billion people on the planet, is a culprit and a victim. We are culprit because our lifestyle is hurting us, and we are victim of our doing. Therefore, each one of us has a responsibility. So when we say reward farmers and respect farmers, we should be part of that process of rewarding them and respecting them. That's a very important part. Producing more from less, it has to be. One species has taken 40% of all land resources. That is too much. I think, as Mahatma Gandhi had said, Mother Nature has enough for everybody's need, but not for everybody's greed. We are too greedy. I think we have taken too much land, too much water, too much resources. If we do the best land, use the best practices, use the science-based method, we should be able to return some land back to nature. And I think that should be the goal, that part which is very important. I want to mention something which has not come up very often, and that's the One Health concept. Health of soil is the fundamental foundation of health of the plants, health of the animal, health of the people, health of the ecosystem, and health of the planet. Therefore, if the health of the soil goes down, health of everything else goes down with it. And history tells us that. What happened to Incas and Mayas and Aztecs and Mesopotamia and Indus Valley? They took their soil resources for granted. The so-called carbon civilization since 1750, it should end. And we should not go down as the other civilization did. We should respect nature. We should live with nature. And because the soil is the basis of all the life. I want to re-emphasize what I mentioned yesterday. Agriculture is the only industry which has a potential, possibility, the capacity to be net negative emission, not zero, net negative. Every ton of carbon that we invest in science-based agriculture will return back to the land several times more. That's why it's net negative part. I think finally I want to mention the concept of building bridges across nation. I want to say that bridges across nation because we do have some nations who are not at the same level as Argentina or Brazil or other part of South America. And we have a responsibility to bring them up with us. And that's building and restoring soil health, communicating our experience in South America with others, such as in Sub-Saharan Africa or the Caribbean nations and other Andean part of the world. I think is a responsibility that this conference could provide a message. Let's build bridges across nation through developing a program by organizations such as ICA, restoring soil health, communicating that soil is a living entity. Therefore, like any other living thing, it has the rights to be protected, to be restored, to manage judiciously. Simply because you have a piece of paper that says your property does not mean we can do anything with it. And that's personal responsibility. And I think our farming communities are so great that they recognize the value of the soil and soil health. I honestly believe that organizations such as ICA, along with scientific community, along with farmers and land managers, we have a bright future ahead. Agriculture has a bright future ahead. And I'm optimistic that we will see dramatic changes happening between now and 2050. More changes than changes have happened 10,000 years ago to now. And that will be the bright future. It's coming. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We bet on that. Of course, we believe. Francisco Melo, specialist on climate change, member of ICA. I think that you have a wonderful mission ahead, which is to offer a final message to bring together what we have discussed in this great panel today. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I have a special mission and a difficult mission, that is to summarize or comment after these amazing high-level panelists that we have today. And for an audience, a wonderful audience that we have today, a full turnout, we have a full house, the mass participation of all of you, and that is a great source of pride. And I have also to say in a language that is not my own, so as a Brazilian person, I apologize for my portuñol. First and foremost, I would like to thank the ICA Alliance with Aapresid on behalf of our General Director to say that it's been a great success and an honor to be able to join the Aapresid Congress and to bring all these discussions to the table, all these panelists. That has been an important task that I think we have risen to the challenge. I would like to thank all the panelists that have accepted being here, Dr. Ratan Lal, Jorge Lina, Juan Pilu. Thank you so much for your presence. The question of carbon harvest is a theme that we need to pay attention to, because the main products, that is food source, that's the farming, we also have the ecosystem service, water management, biological activity, and climate regulation. Professor Ratalal basically showed how the soil can serve as the main component that for carbon harvest that will keep the active life of our planet. And that relates us to an initiative that called Living Soils of the America, an ICA initiative. I'm the technical coordinator and springs from a vision of Dr. Manuel Otero to develop that big bridge from the private sector producers to disseminate the best practices, the best possible solutions in the agricultural practices. And I would like to focus on 3 points. One is to seek better evidence that reflect basically whatever comes from our productive systems, not consider the vision that comes from outside that show different things from what we see day in, day out in the field. And that means showing the positive impact producers see every day in the field. So the ICA supports a project called sea farming, where we focus on the best practices, crop rotation, and we see many of those benefits in the field. To that, we add an initiative that springs from Brazil, a large-scale evaluation in different biomes, comparing to different crops. Marcelo mentioned, led by Yuka-san, a great scientist with Dr. that via Aapresid we can project it to other countries in the southern region, and that's what we have been discussing. We're going to add Paraguay, Uruguay, and Argentina to have a local, regional vision. There are 160 producers that participate in the Pro-Carbon initiative, beautiful initiative. In Brazil, there are 2,000 producers that are also part, that have been monitoring and conducting the tests in each of the systems, and they collect more data. In Brazil, they created a calculator to identify the sources of emissions associated to soybean emissions, how many kilograms we have per ton produced, how many emissions. And it's very different from other databases, but we are doing this with data that we are measuring. In Brazil, we are conducting research field research, and I'm very proud to be part of this. And we are producing with less than 200 kilograms per ton, and Argentina is already around 150. So those are fantastic data. Europe in general have 5 to 6 times more. So this is information that we put at the producer disposal.
Another important point in this calculator created by Embrapa and Bayer in the Pro-Carbon project at INTA, they developed an important mission, which together with Procesur, which is the coordination mechanism and whose technical secretariat is managed by ICA, the goal is to adjust that in order to be used in the Southern Cone at large and to really show what we are doing and that we are doing things better than in other regions of the planet. So that's very important. And another point that I want to make is that it really takes a lot of time to lay these foundations. Yes, this is not something that just started now. It started even 14 years ago. So it is a process that evolves. And at ICA, we also need to respond to other regions. We are a hemispheric organization, but the agriculture in our continent has a global impact in terms of food security, but also in terms of climate change mitigation. So we have another very good initiative under the Living Soils of the Americas initiative, together with the University of Sao Paulo, and especially with the tropical carbon studies, which allowed us to evaluate the impact of these good agricultural practices, no-till farming, integrated crops, deforestation, all of this expanded to Brazil, Bolivia, Colombia. And, for example, recovering pastures. We have degraded areas that we could recover and that could recover their productive capacity and continue down this certification path, as the professor mentioned also during his presentation. And two key points just to close here. First one is that no-till farming has positive impacts in carbon sequestration in all regions. South, center, Andean, north region, different volumes, of course, but they are all positive results. And the second one, like I said, when we add all these benefits, Argentina, Paraguay, Brazil, all of the countries of the Southern Cone, and Central America and Caribbean and the northern region, we see that there's a huge potential for the agriculture of our continent to become carbon positive. And what I mean is that the sector can mitigate more emissions than what it generates to maintain the activity and the production of food. So that in itself is an excellent result. And I think that there is no other sector that can do this except for agriculture. That's my last message. I would simply like to thank you once again for your participation. Thank you to the Director General, Manuel Otero, for his leadership and for helping have these discussions. And Marcelo, once again, for opening the doors to Aapresid. And I hope we can participate again in the upcoming editions. Thank you. Thank you, Francisco. Thank you, Dr. Rattenlal, for having joined us in this panel. Thank you, Juan Farinate, Pilu Giraudo, Marcelo Torres. Thank you so much to everyone for your attention, and it will be until the next time. Thank you.
Bueno, muy bien, así damos.
Very well. We will now conclude the second talk of this 32nd edition of Aapresid Congress, New Amarok, with the strength of Expo Agro. We would like to thank Jorgelina and all of the speakers today. The break for lunch starts now, and later on we will meet again in this room at 2:30 to talk about corn stunt disease, coordinated by Eugenia Anicia. And we will have Augusto Camus, Inés Catalano, and the next presentation for this edition. We are at www.congresoapresid.org.ar, on social media, Aapresid, at Aapresid, and each one of the presentations, yesterday's, today's, and tomorrow's, all will be on the website so that you can watch them again at any time. Time for lunch. We will meet again 2:30 to resume the second day of Aapresid. Sí, yo escucho bien. Escucho muy... Sí, te escucho bien. Sí, te escucho bien. ¿Podés probar a ver si me escuchás vos a mí? ¿Tenés un auricular? Perfecto. Ahora estoy en inglés y
Ahora te escucho en español. Sí, estamos bien. Bueno, no, por favor. ¿Querés que le envíe a la...? Perdón.
A mamar.
Que me preguntan si mañana piden el camión griego, que lo piden a las 2 de la tarde.
Sí. Esta sí. Sí, porque justo es acá arriba, no van a poder, hasta que él termine acá.
Pidieron específicamente, Leo, 3 micrófonos inalámbricos para las entrevistas de hoy. Los pidió Santiago.
¿De mano?
No, quieren headset. Estos son inalámbricos. Sí. Los dos son inalámbricos. Headset.
Pero recién me dijeron de dos que eran de mano.
¿Qué necesitas? 3 headset.
Para la entrevista.
Vamos.
¿Qué hago? ¿Los traigo para acá? O...
¿Qué le digo? Que ya está... No sé, que alguien quería pedir que...
Está todo muy sobre la
¿Qué?
marcha, está todo muy
Sí,
normal,
nada, es que nada. Esperá que querían... Uy, mirá cómo se le salió la pollera. ¿Querés avisarle? No va a llegar. No
Sí, estuvo grabando hasta recién para presentar.
Perdón, ¿alguien quiere hacer un anuncio como para que salgan la gente?
Sí, por favor, si pueden.
No, digan ustedes.
No.
Yo les doy el micrófono.
Dale vos.
Por favor.
Los invitamos a desocupar la sala, así podemos seguir con las actividades. Gracias.
¿Se puede pedir abrir los micrófonos ya?
Leo, ¿le abrí los micrófonos?
Esto ya está, a ver si me escucha. Hola, hola. Carmen, decile si escucha. A ver si me escucha. ¿Ahora no me escuchás? Ah, ahora sí, bárbaro. Bueno, acá ya probé uno y ahora probamos el otro. ¿Este micrófono solo tenemos? Sí. Ah, bueno, listo.
Todavía no la veo yo. ¿Un micrófono más?
Uno para los periodistas y uno Rataño y uno Juan, si puede ser. Tenemos uno solo. Así, porque como tenemos intérprete, así escucha todo bien.
¿Para quién es este?
Para los periodistas.
Listo. Esto va para los periodistas.
Tenemos uno más para Ratán, así no se lo pongo.
¿Este está prendido?
Sí.
Carmen. Yo ya la escucho, pero no sé si ella me escucha.
Háblale.
A ver, ¿ahora me escuchás?
Yo te escucho perfecto.
Bárbaro. Listo. Ahora vamos a buscar uno más. ¿Todos están sincronizados para ella? ¿Cómo es?
Sí, ella escucha los
Listo.
tres.
Ok, bien. Les dejo uno para que se compartan. Sir.
Hola. ¿Por qué tenemos que hablar con esto?
Para la intérprete. Tenemos
Ah, ok.
intérprete y
Ah, ok.
si nos escuchan la sala.
No.
Es mejor así, pero para que el intérprete escuche.
Ok.
Siempre la pregunta en el micrófono porque si no el intérprete no va a escuchar.
No,
bien.
we need to answer in the mic because the interpreter is out there, okay?
Okay.
Sí, o sea, no me da igual si querés.
¿Cómo quieren arrancar ustedes?
No, yo.
Dale,
Dale, sí, sí.
No, dale.
Ok, preguntar a Ratan. Excuse me.
Mr. Ratanlal, can you hear me? This is the interpreter. Can you hear me? Sí.
¿Podés hablar la intérprete?
No. Can you hear me? No.
No, I think that...
Ratanlal. Can you hear me, Mr. Lal? Ah, great, great, great. Yes.
¿Cómo ve?
Mr. Ratanlal, how do you see Argentine agriculture? What things are done well and what things can be improved?
Your country and your farmers. The agriculture since last 30, 40 years in Argentina is an example of a success. The adoption of conservation agriculture, no-till farming, direct seeding, remarkable. And I think it's an example that other countries in Africa and Asia, in the Caribbean region, in the Andean, should really follow. So my best compliment for very good agriculture.
¿Cuáles son esos ejemplos?
What are those examples that you can give to us?
In agriculture adoption, I have read the yield of wheat, 6 tons per hectare, yield of soybean 3.5 tons, 6 tons per hectare of yield of wheat. In Ohio, Midwest United States, about 4 tons. You have 6 tons. Ohio soybean yield may be 3 tons per hectare. You have 3.5 tons. Conservation agriculture in Midwest United States, which is done, but 1 year is conservation agriculture, next year is chisel plowing. Here it's a continuous agriculture. In the United States, only 1% of the agricultural land is cover crop. Here you have a cover crop, very important component. Same thing in Brazil. So I think it's a success story, which is commendable and praiseworthy.
Profesor,
In countries such as our countries and in other Latin America country where we have a huge gap between smallholders and large producers, is there a possibility to go to progress, to make progress and to continue advancing with regenerative agriculture? Do you think that there is any hindrance here in Argentina for that?
The smallholder agriculture, there should be no hindrance. The basic principles of conservation agriculture are scale neutral. They apply to smallholders as well as large holders. Globally in the world, small landholders less than 4 hectares is about 550 million farmers. They feed more than 2 billion people. The number of population in South America of smallholder is less, but in Africa and Southeast Asia and East Asia, smallholder is the normal agriculture. So the example of what has happened in South America, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay, it should be taken as a model for agriculture elsewhere, including in the United States. As I mentioned, in the Midwest, we have 1 season no-till, the next season chisel-till. It's not a continuous no-till. Continuous no-till being adopted here in South America is a success story. It is something that we hope Africa, for example, can follow. It's a very good example to duplicate elsewhere in the world. We have only 200 million hectares, and South America leads in continuous conservation agriculture, Argentina especially.
Una de las, ahora bueno.
We have more and more regulations for the implementation of sustainable practices. What happens in Argentina, people say that the regulations in Europe are more and more demanding, more stringent. Probably there is lack of awareness that in Argentina or then South America, we are being more sustainable. There's lack of awareness around the world. What do you think that we should do to raise that awareness?
I think what we are doing now, Congress, invite people from other countries. Your scientists should publish. I gave an example today of a scientist who calculated how much increase in wheat can be more when you increase the carbon stock in the soil. That's a very good example of, I have followed his work for a long time, for more than 20 years. So publications, promotion, your agricultural attaché in the embassy around the world should promote your success story. But there is one part which I must mention, excessive use of chemicals, whether it's a herbicide or fertilizer, can be a pollution problem. So making sure that the example we had today, produce more from less, increase the efficiency of fertilizer, increase the efficiency of herbicide use.
Bien, aquí estamos para retornar con las...
Here we are to resume activities in the 32nd Aapresid Congress. New Amarok edition with the strength of Expo Agro. I hope you have had a good lunch with a lot of turnout in every room. There are 9 different halls across this fair in La Rural, in the city of Buenos Aires, Argentina. And we make this description because regardless of the presence of the people here, we have followers through the website. There you can follow everything that is going on in the Congress. And we also have the show, the TV show, this second day. And tomorrow we will have many more talks. Please remember that this event brings about the most important agricultural leaders to discuss the future themes of agenda connected to science production and thus transform our agriculture, helping in the mitigation of climate change, shedding light on the innovation scenarios. First, please remember putting your devices on mute to help us concentrate or focus on the talk. This presentation will take an hour, but the last minutes will be devoted to an open floor for questions and answers. And Eugenia will be the moderator. Then you will find the QR codes to be able to ask the question via your devices. This talk will be about corn stunt disease, from drama to action. And Eugenia Misia is an agronomist engineer who is in charge of pests management network. Welcome, Eugenia. Can you hear me? Yes, very well. Thank you. First and foremost, thank you very much for your participation. This space is a space created by the Aapresid Pest Management Network. This is focused on drama to action, as the title says, which were the lessons learned during the last season to put them into practice for the next season. And for that, we learned Inés Catalano, CONICET researcher and teacher, and agronomist engineer who is a researcher of agricultural zoology, Obispo Colombres. So without further ado, I leave you to them. Augusto, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. How are you all? We're here to talk about the leafhopper, and I think that the focus of this talk is very important because we all know what happened during the last season, the problems we had, and what is important, regardless of all the losses, I think we should take away some lessons learned to deal with them in the best possible way. There are many areas with the presence of the corn leafhopper, and it's important to change the way we grow corn, to plant differently the crop so that it's that relevant corn of our productive system, especially in the northern areas of our country. This is an element that we cannot take it away from the system. Basically, I'm going to focus on some aspects. You must have seen this pyramid a million times, but this is what happened last season as to the dynamic, the pest management, and how we should handle this problem. And here you can see the pyramid, where the basis of the pyramid is supported by the management of the vector population. We are not talking about a pest that is getting that is damaging directly, but it's a very limiting type of diseases. There are vectors involved, so we have to focus, especially these days. We do not have corn as a crop. We have to focus and manage those initial populations. I will basically present some examples of tryouts that we conducted in the north of the country practically a year ago. These studies spring from associations with different organizations that were not only devoted to strategies, but had a very strong foundation that was to evaluate the dynamic of this vector.
And we have crop monitoring, weed monitoring, the study of the percentage of infectiousness, which is a key element when it comes to a vector. Here is an example of two situations that could be repeated in many areas where there is corn crops. This area has corn only during the summer. And so what can we find before this? We could have some winter crops, we could have some late corn, but the idea is to have corn concentrated in the summer. What was the situation of this pest when we started doing the studies? You can see in these curves, when we started in September 2023, we can see that in this area we had 23 leafhoppers per plant. And you can see that the dynamic didn't show evolutions until in December we found corn as a crop. And in January you can see how it evolves, and that needs corn to multiply and reproduce. It's a key product. And throughout the crop season for corn, you can see how the population of Dalbillus maedis, we've had approximately 1,500 leafhoppers per trap. So that amount of leafhoppers can be very important. Yes, no, but we have to take into account a very important issue, which is the level of infectiousness of those leafhoppers. And that study was done based on some studies, which basically in that area we had 3% of the population that had presence.
Infectada, digamos, por espiroplasma. Y pueden ver que con el avance, digamos, del tiempo.
But over time, this leafhopper would feed on corn. There were many sick plants, and that situation evolved with more than 50% of the population that was infected, and this marks the dangerousness of the problem. And what happened was that it was very cold. There were frost cases. You know that in that area we have 2,000 leafhoppers per trap. So how did we determine a significant reduction of this producer that produces in cold temperatures? In September, we had 20 leafhoppers, 30, and now we have 63 per plant. Yes, but we've had a very important element which contributed to the reduction. If not, we would still be at 1,000 leafhoppers. And we are seeing this in the crops, and we're seeing how it has evolved on weeds and the reduction of the population. Here you see the freezes that have occurred in that area, more than 10. And one important aspect is that in July, we had low temperatures for a long period of time, which contributed to solving this problem. But we've had to incorporate different strategies because it's helped, but it hasn't solved the problem completely. We have other areas, just to give as reference, and it's an area where corn is grown in the spring, and then in the summer it is harvested. And we see the predisposition for the increase of this pest. We can see in this area how we started with the same level of 20 or 25 leafhoppers per trap, And what you can see is that the fact that this pest has high availability of the crops has made the evolution more significant. In this area, when we grow corn during the summer, we have 200 leafhoppers, much more than in other areas. And what is my point with all of this? Well, that the crop systems that we have in each area have a very clear influence in the behavior of this vector and the dynamic of this pest. This area had as much as 2,500 leafhoppers per trap in April, and that's very high. And we can wonder whether they're dangerous or infectious or not. Well, here you can see the infectiousness of these insects. 70% in May, 73% of the population was infectious. In that area, if we had corn, corn was sick. So all those leafhoppers that are feeding off off that maize had the vector. So that's the situation. In that area, the frost was had a strong influence. When we started having this intense cold temperature, we see how the population dropped. But like I said, the cold temperature is an important element, and it did help us, but it did not solve all the problems, and it will not eradicate the problem altogether. And that's a little bit what we're seeing in the crops that we have in that area. Winter crops like rye and some presence of Dalbilus mites, but with the cold temperature, they reduced their population. But we had one frost after the other in June for a long period of time, with temperatures below zero and intense frost. So here we have two areas that are quite distinct in the association of the crop. If you weren't here yesterday we launched the first data of a national monitoring network for Dalbilus mites, which are in the yellow traps on the map. The first data are for the second 15 days of June. For that period of time, 146 sites or towns that were analyzed, and with the participation of CREA, of INTA, of Aapresid. So it's an interdisciplinary group that has proven very important, and where we've tried to see the snapshot of what the pest looks like in different places, in different agroecological areas where corn is produced. So this is the summary of that monitoring network. And I wanted to emphasize the importance of this zone. In the north of the country, with the presence of the pest, and the categories, you can see them on the screen, the scale. You can see that the central area has less amount of leafhoppers, and in the south, very low levels. So what I want to convey with all of this is that we have a lot of leafhopper with a lot of presence. So let's start planning and let's start learning from one another so that it doesn't take a toll like it did on this crop season. We're still not planting corn. We're focusing on this. Wild corn is here. We've had the cold factor, which allowed us to control this wild corn. But you can see the amount of grain that we see on the floor, on the soil, and that's a ticking bomb. And that will be born and will be used as a reservoir or to multiply the pest. And another minor element is that that type of corn, that volunteer corn, is a source for all the pathogen complex of leafhopper. So we'll not just allow it to multiply, but also use to increase its level of infectiousness It's not the same to have 100 leaf hoppers with 3% of infectiousness than to have 100 leaf hoppers with 60% of infectiousness. Obviously, the scenario is completely different. So we have to work together so that areas that are close to start the planting, they have to manage this issue of volunteer corn. It's not the same as, I don't know, with soybean, I can wait or monitor. With this, we see a pest and we need to design management strategies all the year around. So it's not just for the crop. It's from before and after the harvest. The monitoring will be a key element. We have to learn. This is not an easy pest to monitor because of how it moves, it flies. We have certain times of the day in which they will not be found. We can underestimate them. So it's key to go back on the field, to be there often, and to be there for this monitoring. I believe that this requires a greater professionalization of the activity. It's not just, going on my pickup and seeing whether I see it or not, or whether I find it. There has to be a monitoring of the adult leafhopper, of the female leafhopper. And so in this way, these key elements have to teach us and incorporate them and plan it for this crop season. We participated in the meetings of a model company there in Tucumán. And what they did was show how they plan for corn and how they will do the step-by-step to be able to face this problem. We are talking about an area where the corn will be planted in December, but there was already a previous planning. This is absolutely key. The other aspect that I wanted to tackle was the chemical control. Chemical control is, in a way, the tip of the iceberg because it does contribute, but what happens is that I have to start at the base of the pyramid. If I haven't started implementing strategies at the base of the pyramid and I just want to do chemical control, what will happen is what happened to us in many areas, where we tried to control this when the population levels were very high, so it was already out of control. So I have to first tackle the base of the pyramid and move on from there. Chemical control is important when we have a relatively manageable population. So what do we have for chemical control? We can treat the seeds. This has been established. There's a lot of experience in Brazil for treating the seeds. But this is a pest that covers the entire cycle of the crop. So the seeds, treating the seeds will only protect the crop in the first stage. What is the most sensitive stage for the leafhopper? So that will be a first measure that I can take to protect my crop. And what will happen with the seed treatment? The doses that are registered in Brazil are much more significant than the ones that we are used to applying. So there is a huge effort being made there by seed companies to make the necessary dose adjustment to start the crop season with materials that have a certain initial protection based on that technology. An example are some tests and trials that we did here with doses that are registered here and in Brazil to assess the performance of that tool. But it's that small window for that tool. We cannot expect to escape just based on that. And the monitoring, someone said that maybe 2 covers the whole treatment. No, I have to start seeing it and analyzing it to detect what the tool does. When treating the seeds, I can say that, okay, the corn I have has been treated like this, so I can increase the doses, but be very careful with that. If you make that decision, it has to be your responsibility. And there are many recommendations made by the companies. Why? Because in many cases, these practices can affect the physiological quality of the seeds. And there's a study being developed, which is a fantastic study that analyzes the effect of re-curing the seeds and what the effect is on the physiological characteristics. And you can see this for different doses, different characteristics. When we go there and evaluate and see what is happening, and we see hybrid and hybrid, we see all the different hybrids, we realize how the physiological ability has been affected. And we can see this up to 17 days after the treatment. When we have more time, when we do more time, we see that more hybrids are affected, there are more treatments that appear, and so this becomes a measure where we cannot assure that we will have a correct implantation when using it. So really, you need to be very careful with that part. As for seed treatment, we need to see what application can be done on the leaves, because once again, and what was mentioned at the beginning, I have to work with low populations. The last crop season showed this, and also in commercial lots. When the population was very, very high, there's a whole list of treatments, but we would go back and we had between 7 and 8 leaf hoppers per plant. And using some insecticides, the control 3 days after the application, you can see that all treatments resulted in more leaf hoppers or same amount as there was initially. So in that situation of high pressure, the foliar application has to be handled with a different set of criteria. A situation with a more moderate incidence where we had 1 to 2 adults, I don't know if that's moderate really, but there you can see the different treatments, and we can see more efficacy and control. And by this, we mean controlling 30 or 40 in the best case scenario, or 70% maybe. But we can see how when we start with a lower population, I wouldn't say low, but just lower, the essence of chemical control changes. Of course, there are tools that do show more solidity than others, but this is overall the situation. And I wanted to show this because we learned a lot from this campaign, from this crop season. I could say, no, I don't have any more dalbilus. Maybe I have 8 or 9. I don't know how many people I told this to. Oh, no, the problem is part of the past. You have no more dalbilus. And then you end up realizing that it wasn't over at all. So these were some tests that we did on the phenology of the crop and up to what point we should care for it or not. There's a witness there, but treatment 5, we did foliar application, and supposedly until V8, we were on the other side, but these were the results. Witness, treatment 2, 3, 4, and 5. And why did this situation happen? We had a high incidence where in February, which is when we reached V8, we had more than 500 leafhoppers per trap and 40% of the infectious population. And here you can see the performance. So what this has taught us is that the phenology will be highly associated with the population that I have as a baseline. That treatment that we've controlled until V8, we can see that there's a very clear decline in performance and in the yield and in the quality of the seeds. So that's a little bit what I wanted to share with all of you. Here you have the entire work team. Every time they close their eyes, they see a leaf hopper because they've worked so hard and dedicated so much time to this problem. Thank you.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. An additional speaker presenting a talk about the leaf hopper. They are to blame because they invited me. Over 20 years, I have been working with leaf hoppers for over 20 years. And among the leaf hoppers I have worked with is the Douglas mites. Some years ago, with the Laboratory of Agronomic Interest, I work, and my idea is what we did at the laboratory throughout all these years to see if we can give some small solution in this chaos the leaf hopper brought about. Particularly, in the case of Douglas mites, we have two working lines. One with gene silencing, and the other one is the search for resistant genotypes. So I'm going to divide my talk into these two sections. So the first one, the gene silencing. Some 8 to 10 years ago, we posed two questions. The first was that we knew of the high reproductive rate of this leaf hopper that was completely evident in this last growing season. And on the other hand, we began to see the RNA interference technique that had a potential to be used in the farming sector to control pests, because it's species specific. That is to say, we can focus exclusively to a single species, to Douglas in this case. It's not going to kill the bees or controllers, just it's species specific. Besides, it has a low environmental impact. Very simply put, what is this technique about? I'm sure you have heard about it with the COVID vaccine. There were two types of vaccine that had this technology. Many freaked out with this, but it's very, very safe. So what we do is we invite into our organism double-chain RNA. Once this double-chain RNA gets into the cell deploys a machinery against this external RNA because it's already incorporated in the cell to defend against viruses, for example. So this machinery cuts off this double-chain RNA into bits. But on the other hand, the nucleus of the cell has the RNA messenger that will say, produce this protein. These small pieces of chain connects to the RNA messenger, that is a single chain RNA, and then it starts getting into smaller parts. So the RNA messenger, the message cannot be translated or converted into a protein. If it cannot be converted into a protein, and that protein is essential for a biological process of the organism, that function does not get fulfilled. That's the RNA technique. So under these two premises, how do we work at the lab? we raised the doublets at controls situation. We took a pool of those doublets mites throughout their life cycle from the eggs until they are grown, and we sequenced them. So we did a transcriptome. So in all the genes that are being expressed at this moment, that's what we are sequencing. So all this sequencing data was received, a bulk of numbers and letters, huge. I'm sure there are a lot of agronomists engineers here. So imagine you print all the Excels you've got, and a wind comes and all the pieces of papers fly away. Well, and now we have to put them all in order. So we do a cleanup, we do an ensemble, we do metrics to see everything is combined correctly, and this become a doctoral thesis of the Toro Palacios in 2018, a master thesis. As Victoria was doing that, Lucia, who was doing her doctoral thesis, set certain things clear. One was artificial feeding, that is to say, to get the doublets mites to eat from a specific device with a preparation based on sugar, etc. So it fed very well. We'd put coloring, and so the digestive system was in color, and we could see they were living and prospering. And on the other hand, she studied into detail all the embryo development, the embryonic development. With that, she finished her degree thesis, and then she continued with her doctoral thesis. So we started putting all things together. Victoria's study plus her data. So the first thing that she did was to look within that transcriptome the gene related to the RNAi machinery, because if we did not have all those interferences, there was not even a starting point for experiments. So and we saw the Argonauts, the RSD2, etc. And then the interest gene that was bicaudal C, because we knew this from other species that acted on the fertility. So we characterized it, we knew where it was, where the gene was. We ensembled our double-chain RNA, we injected it to the female leafhoppers. We left those female leafhoppers to recover, because although we used very thin needles, we had to put an injection into the abdomen of the doublets, and we let them recover. We put each female with male, and in each of these cages there is a couple, and every 48 hours we change those little cages. We change from cages, and we count the number of eggs. Besides, that plant gets preserved, because afterwards we see if they get developed and they become nymphs. This worked out. We silenced it. We could see the stats later on. But we cannot be injecting leafhoppers as we were injected the COVID vaccine. That's impossible. We needed to be able to silence by feeding. So we did all the same, but giving the double chain RNA through the food. And we added the double-chain RNA. So we did the same procedure. We numbered the ovipositions and Eureka. When this worked out, this was a big success. This that I'm telling you in just 5 minutes meant a lot of testings until it finally worked out. In this first graph, you see the number of ovipositions of the control trial is in black. Then we have the females, the silenced females, with 2 different doses, but practically, I mean, silenced by injection, as it is in this first graph, we have no number of ovipositions. The second graph shows that it's statistically significant. The diminishment is significant, but not as much as in the previous case. Below, you see some embryo. This is a control injection and feeding. And you can see that the embryo, if there is an embryo, if there are ovipositions in the injected females, they did not develop. The embryo did not develop. So this is some of the things we like doing it at the lab. But in order to finish prove that what we were affecting was what we wanted to, and that we can be certain that the gene acted where we wanted it to. So we dyed them, we studied them. Those are the ovaries of doublets that are filled with eggs. This is a control. These are the females that have been interfered. The egg inside the ovary, and then we studied that ovocyte, if there was a mismanagement in the cell, etc. If, in addition, we measure the level of transcripts at qPCR, we will also see that, the black column is control, the number of transcripts from day 1 to day 7. This is for injection, and the second graph for food, for feeding. It goes down, but not as efficiently as in the case of the treatment by injection. So how can we improve that? To think about this as a way to control the double ascites. So we started the researching, and we saw that there was a lot of literature that spoke of ribonucleases or dsRNases, that degrade this RNA double chain. Of course, we went to the transcripts, characterized, seek for them. There could be just one, only one. There were 3. What should we do? Which is the gene to be silenced? Then what we did was to see in which tissues they appeared. So, and we say that dsRNase 1 had a fatty body in the same end as the dsRNase 2. But in the number 2 is
El dálvulus tiene un aparato bucal.
The doublet has is very complex. It's got saliva, and the other allows them to feed, and starting degrading the RNA. So we silenced the dsRNase 2. So we injected the dsRNase, and then we feed our target gene, the one we were using, and it went down. It was wonderful. It worked wonders. So you can see there that only the one in the middle is with dsRNase 2, and we could improve it. But we wanted to be by feeding, so we did echo feeding. And when we saw this, we could see our control females, the number of eggs, the females with bicaudal, fed by bicaudal, and those fed on dsRNasa and BRC. So we have a lesser amount of eggs that is similar to the ones obtained by feeding. And what we saw was not only that there was a lesser amount of eggs, but that many of them did not have an embryo inside. The same, we finished corroborating their efficiency, RNAi efficiency after co-feeding. We are CONISAT researchers. We have to publish a paper. We presented 2 papers, but in general, this is what can be said. The RNA interference technique by artificial feeding is functional in dalbelasmitis and constitutes a potential method to reduce the population of this pest by interfering with fertility. This and several fertility genes are part of Lucia's thesis, but in the meantime, we couldn't study only the fertility area. There is another thesis that is focusing on immunity genes. We have more transcripts there that are quantitative at the different times of the latency of the dalbelas. Another thesis is focusing on the different pathways, and another thesis is focusing on the pathways related to the change, to the molt. And let me show you a last picture. They are silenced with ETH, a hormone that is part of the process. And from the adult, they do not molt. They try to molt, but they get trapped in the aerosol shell and end up dying. And we have a high mortality rate. This is regarding the interferent. On the other hand, we looked for resistant genotypes. This started in 2014, and then we published it in 2020. We tried to characterize hybrids with resistance to corn stunt disease. As you can see in this graph, with this hybrid, we're going to speak of a dark spot. We're not going to delve into what type of hybrid it is. I think none of these are in the market anymore. The dark circle hybrid is 6 hours. 6 hours later, had even more leafhoppers that went into that hybrid compared to the others. And as we pushed away, we see that there are more leafhoppers and the others lower their amount. That is to say, you must have heard about this. it's not the same any type of corn for this type of leafhopper. It's hyper-selective. In the second graph, we can see the same. The hybrid that attracted fewer leafhoppers, but if we see the incidence, and if we force them to get into that hybrid, they died much sooner. So they don't like it. If we let them wild and they are going to go to a neighboring field to see if they find the right corn, or otherwise they might die. But once we did all that characterization, we wanted to go one step beyond. We knew that there was a technique called electric penetration graph that allows us to understand the dynamic, the feeding dynamic of insects. This generates an electric circuit between the insect, the plant, and the computer that starts generating these waves. I'm sure, and some of you did an electrocardiogram, and you see the different waves. Well, this is fine. Well, we can see the same. Thanks to the width of those waves, we can interpret where the doublus is feeding on. Cinema, phloema, all of those. Here we have a first salivation is B, and C is phloema. What we do, luckily we could purchase equipment thanks to subsidy we received. After certain complications, we could finally import it, and the pandemic struck. I don't know if you can see this. This is a drop of glue that is silver-based, that is inserted on the back of the doublus, that is connected to a gold thread, and then is connected to an electrode that is up there, and another electrode goes to the root of the plant. There we generate the electric circuit, and we can see the waves on the computer.
So we took those 4 hybrids from the first work, and we retested them here. Of all these curves, once we started analyzing them, we could have more than 20 variables that we could measure with all of that. And I took a few, for me, the clearest examples. If you take a look, this is the hybrid that is preferable or preferred or susceptible. It's the number of probes per insect. Since they insert the probe until they take them out. So they had fewer number of probes, but they were longer. So this is the period for each probe. So what did that insect do in the hybrid that he liked or it liked? They inserted the probe, they took the xylema, they salivated, and they got to phloema, and since it liked it, it stayed in the phloema for hours. And when I measured it, it indicated much longer than the others. So they did a lot of probing, but they were short in this case. Why? The insect is forced to eat from that one. It's hungry and it's tied like a dog with a leash. Yes, so they have to eat from that. But what did they did? What did they do? They insert the probes, but they can't reach phloema, and if they don't like it, they take the probe out. So it's a lot of probing, but short ones. And so it shows me which hybrid is resistant and which one is susceptible. If you want to see all the data, you can go to the paper. So with this, we can see the difference between susceptible and resistant hybrids, but you can also see the effects of insecticides, of seed treatment, and also the preference for other hosts. And Dalbolus only feeds on corn, people say. But in this crop season, we had a lot of consultations. There was chaos. What will happen with winter crops? What happens with oats? I have a lot of Dalbolus on oats. I see that all the Dalbolus are eating the oats. We had the pots to feed the Kusheli. They were starting their thesis, and I said, grab the Dalbolus, grab the oats, and just sit in front of the EPG. And this is, of course, preliminary, and it was done in this period of time. We had about 20 repetitions. Each repetition is an insect eating for 20 or 24 hours, forced to eat those oats. And this is the extract from 1 hour. And this is in xylem. So we didn't find any salivation, and we didn't detect them eating from phlegm. However, they were disruptive, so it was very difficult for them to insert their probes. But that's what the word says. It's preliminary, so it's the first trials and tests, but the results are not in yet. With the healthy insects, I mean, we have other studies, but I will show them to you next Aapresid Congress. And finally, in closing, everything that we do in the lab, I have the 2 colonies, inoculative, healthy, and so as a routine we do PCR to detect whether they are healthy, and that the plants that are going to feed the colony, so that we have the real inoculatives, really have the spiroplasm. So the control was very well implemented. So we sat down with the people from CONICET, and we put together a stand to offer the service of spiroplasma detection for the insects and the plants. This year we received thousands of samples of insects and plants. We started working with them, and I ended up being part of the network for the testing. I hope you weren't bored too much with this presentation. This is our humble contribution to tackle this chaos or this drama of Dalbolus miles. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. La verdad que es sorprendente todo lo que hemos...
Very surprising, Inés. Thank you so much. I was quite surprised. We're getting a lot of questions, but I do invite you to scan the QR code and continue sending them so that I have a lot of questions to ask the specialists. We spoke about the integrated management, the tip of the pyramid, but I already have 5 questions that have to do with chemical control. Thresholds, what is a threshold considered manageable to make a decision on chemical control? And how many leaf hoppers per plant is considered a controllable population with agrochemicals? That's the million-dollar question. How many leafhoppers do I have to apply that? And that is really a question that usually does not obtain a concrete answer. I mean, this is a vector, and the things change throughout time. So it is actually a question without one solid single response, as we could have with other pests. You know, you have to wait until you have 5 or 10 leafhoppers. It's very important to reach high populations. I mean, in the last crop season, with 2 leafhoppers, it was already very concerning. And this can take a toll on the crops. So basically, I think that that's where the most important support is needed, to do the follow-up of the crop. We know that this is a crop that evolves when it has the proper conditions, and it evolves quickly. So maybe from 1 week to the next, you can find a completely different scenario. So we would have to reinforce much more when you go to the field and you check and you verify. I mean, we can think like with other pests. You cannot say, well, let's see, I'm going to go get the product and see who applies it. You have to have a strategy already designed so that when there is a need to react, you react as quickly as possible. Another question, more details about crop monitoring. Which traps? Is it only with traps, and from what stage? Traps are just one more tool that will contribute to the monitoring of this pest. So we need to continue looking at these crops. We won't just, be guided by what the trap says. It can be a help, it can be a complement, yes, but the basis, as with everything and with all management practices, we have to be on top of matters. So the trap can be a support, but we have to be more aware and go out there to the field and detect at an early stage the occurrence of the vector. Question about the data that you showed. Why that reduction of efficiency from April to September? Why the reduction of efficiency if there's not a new generation? Many have asked that question. Actually, when we started working with Mine, we started in September last year. So it's not September of this year yet to say, yes, in September it goes down, or that factor makes it go down in September. The data that we have are April and May, and we have that data in that area. But, I mean, we have to see if that is repeated. I don't know if this is always the case. We still have data missing. We still have to analyze a lot of samples, and I think that is a little bit the work that we have ahead as a network. We still don't know what happens after September, so the very high levels that were shown, and when we saw the level of infectiousness, I called Alejandro and Augusto because we were worried. The PCR doesn't fail, and if you have the controls, we have reliable data. But these were leafhoppers that had been collected at a time when all of the corn and all of the lots had spiroplasma. So most of the leafhoppers were probably eating that corn and will probably be carriers of spiro. So what are we going to find in the next samples? We will tell you the next time. We have to continue collecting information. The infected individuals, do you do a molecular test in the field? No. If infected, no. That's why we do PCR. Do you want to discuss how the system will work? In the national network, we've initially discussed monitoring of 450 localities in all of the corn areas of Argentina, and 10% of those localities had to be representative of the region. And so what we did was to collect adults of Dalbolus mites seasonally. So we have 4 collection moments in the year. They are sent to Inés, and that's where she analyzes the samples. And Inés, for you, there are several ones who are similar. Can we extrapolate that technique to the field? They're talking about silencing. There are several ways. Initially, some years ago, what we had thought was to modify the corn plant so that the plant could express this double-chain RNA. There's one for Dalbolus, but there is a technology that works that way. And we had conceived it like that for Dalbolus. That is an option. And it's a modified plant to express double-chain RNA. We have Dalbolus, they eat and they get silenced. The other technique is spraying of this double-chain RNA, but that RNA is very easily degradable. So if we come here and we just spray RNA, 10 minutes in the sun and it is no longer useful. So we must protect it, encapsulate it through a nanoparticle. And these are things where we are still working and that we're still working on. So I will get back with more information once we are more advanced. And the people at the university will, they put a legal muzzle on me, so I can't. Inés, you showed preliminary information on wheat. They want to know if it's true that they feed on brachiaria. And I didn't try it on brachiaria. On oats, we saw that it didn't reproduce. Days and days, and they die more quickly. But we weren't able to reproduce it. I haven't tried it on brachiaria. Maybe something to say about that is that some time ago we went to Brazil for this issue as well, and in some cases they mentioned that apparently brachiaria wasn't multiplying, but it just allowed them to live a little longer. With this issue of Dalbolus, we have things that they are feeding on something or other things. And in Brazil, they were mentioning that. Well, the importance of information. There are many species that do feed on that. The Dalbolus is there. But what will probably happen is what I showed you with oats. They drink water to avoid dehydration, and they can last up to 90 days. But they would use these plants to withstand those days. We have a red sign in front of us, but I want to ask a last question. What projections could we do depending on the population level of the current and the planting of corn in the north of Argentina? Well, we saw what happened in the last crop season with spring crops for corn, and this situation in the area, it's a practice that takes place in certain areas for spring crops. But in many areas of the country in the last crop season, we had a gap that was very broad. They started planting in September and they ended up They ended in December. So the not knowing about that practice has made very many populations grow. So I think that what we should do is make certain adjustments in establishing that type of strategy in order to avoid this from happening, what happened last year. Maybe last year, and if we think of the same case of voluntary corn, who was thinking of doing control of voluntary corn? At the time, no one. But now we know that we need to incorporate it. Okay, we have many questions left, but we will continue in the next presentation, so you can stay and we can continue to see the available information for this problem. Thank you all. Thank you, Augusto and Ines. Big round of applause for the guests today. Constant disease, from drama to action. It's a moment to renew the audience in the room. So if you can please leave so that we can recondition the room. We will be back at 3:45 with the experience and management of Dalbulus Maidis with the moderation of Alejandro Vera. Remember also that as you walk around the exhibit, you can become a member. If you go to the Aapresid stand located in the commercial hall, you have discounts to become a member of Aapresid and to join this network at this 32nd Aapresid Congress with the new Amarok edition and the strength of Expo Agro. We will take a break and we will be right back. Remember that we are also on www.congresoapresid.org.ar so that you can follow from your homes wherever you are, and you can stay updated on the latest developments in this last Congress. Thank you very much. We ask you to exit the room. Thank you.
Hola, hola. Hola, hola.
No me llega a él. Lo envío.
¿No le llega? ¿Ya le envió?
Lo envío, no me llega.
Claro, lo que vos estás enviando no nos llega.
Hola, hola. ¿Me escuchás ahí en Zoom?
Sí, sí, yo escucho muy bien.
Hola, ¿me escuchás ahí en Zoom?
Sí, estoy escuchando.
¿Me escuchás bien?
Sí, te escucho bien.
Bien, ¿podrías hablarme un poquito así te acomodo acá en sala?
Alô, teste de som. Tá me escutando certinho? Tá escutando minha voz? Alô?
¿Podrías compartir pantalla, por favor?
Sim. Já compartilhei. Estão vendo?
Bien. Listo, todo perfecto.
Perfecto.
Déjalo compartido, me dicen los chicos acá.
Deixar compartido ou compartilhar depois?
No, deja compartido ya.
Já, graças.
Listo, perfecto.
Assim?
Bien, y estamos dispuestos para dar continuidad a esta segunda jornada de la...
Well, in this second day of the 2024 Aapresid Congress, Nueva Amarok edition, with the motto, "Everything is connected," we will begin the next talk. These talks are elaborated by interdisciplinary groups, academia, Aapresid members, and farmers, which throughout a specific technology, they position prospective content. This year, they are summed up in four different focuses. We will continue now, and before we begin this new talk, let's bear in mind two important pieces of information. Please remember to silence your devices, and on the other hand, you can access the translation devices for the next presentation with your ID. Very well. Let's move forward. Experiences of successful stunting management or corn stunt disease management. There was an introduction in the previous talk, and this will be moderated by Alejandro Vera, a technician of the experimental station, pest specialist. And in this way, we are going to welcome him with a warm round of applause. Welcome, Alejandro. And he will be introducing his own guest. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for inviting the Obispo Colombre Center. And it's a privilege to share this with two friends and two leaders, such as Lucas Fada and Mauricio Passini. The idea for this talk, we have tried to tackle, we had to do a sort of ping pong. Although Augusto and Inés introduced the problem of the leafhopper in Argentina, it's important to extrapolate this to see what's going on in Mexico and Brazil, because we take those countries as a point of reference to manage the situation in Argentina. So first we're going to give the floor to Dr. Lucas Fada from INECOL. He's a specialist on predictive models, a technology that is very much in and that is becoming more and more stronger every day, because we can understand how this technological tool can be implemented in corn stunt disease. So welcome, Lucas. Thank you very much for your participation. And let's go right to it. Let's share our screen. Can we share our screen, please? While we wait for the slides to come on screen, I would like to thank you all for your presence here. I hope you like this presentation, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Aapresid for inviting me to their prestigious Congress. Let's see if we can see the slides. One of the questions, Lucas, that is quite upsetting is to know, Inés introduces, is to know if Double Smiles is behaving as a monophage or an oligophage in Mexico, and what is the phytosanitarian status in Mexico. Very well. I think it was important to share with you the situation of corn in Mexico. Corn in Mexico has an ancestral importance with a very important presence in the socio-economic part of the country, and this corn contributes to 60% of the calories consumed in the Mexican population. since communities, Mesoamerican communities, have found a way to standardize the corn process for human consumption, a process by which they cook corn, they put on cook lime, and they prepare the typical Mexican food. In the productive context, corn represents is the 7th world producer of corn with 8 million hectares of corn grown, an average of 4 tons per hectare in terms of productivity. However, it's very important to point out that 95% of the corn is consumed is white corn. You'll see why it is important and how it is related to the pest. And only 5% of yellow corn is with transgenic species is aimed at the industry or for animal consumption. So, with reference to the Argentine production, the Mexican corn is also carried out in dry farming. That is to say, most of surface requires rains to be able to produce. So almost 3 million smallholders are the ones to produce corn. That is to say, we're talking about farmers that have less than 5 hectares. The importance of the development of germplasm of corn, that are antecedents that corn was sort of tamed in this area, and is related to the fact that there are 7 groups of corn that are that you can see this in the presentation, out of which 64 different groups are involved. And here we try to sum up the distribution of this corn, and is very much related to the gene variability and the representation for corn. Basically, much of the development of corn is carried out by national institutions to try to preserve this germplasm, and there are local developments that allow the adaptation of these genetics. This in order to show you how the predecessor of corn is distributed in countries that are mainly focused in the center of the country. I think it is interesting because in the case you have teosinte and many other antecedents, germplasm becomes a strategic element that we're going to delve deeper into it in terms of the crop management. Another question, upsetting question, is that we see a lot of leafhoppers, and we wonder if everything is Dalbergus mitis. We know that there is a prevalence, but we see that in Mexico there is a complex of different leafhoppers. Can you tell us a bit about that? And I would like to see the effect of climate as a shaper of Dalbergus mitis population. We are aware of 2 to 3 different species of Dalbergus. Here are the most relevant ones, and of course the most important ones are Dalbergus elimatus and Dalbergus mitis. Dalbergus elimatus is the Mexican leafhopper, the Mexican corn leafhopper, and the Dalbergus mitis is the one we have spoken about. This is placed at a very high gradient, up to 3,000 meters above sea level. And this is very important because where we see the concentration of the distribution of Dalbergus is associated to a geographical region in Mexico of high relevance, because there are 2 chain of mountains, the Sierra Madre Oriental, Sierra Madre Occidental, where this corn was developed, and there's a transversal chain And these mountains are very important because we will see also the relevance of frost in this species. Besides, we also know that there's a capacity to feed not only on corn, but on other related species, perennial grasses, for example. And there are other grasses called Trisacum dactyloides. There's a report on Dalbolus that I thought it was important to mention, that they have captured and the Dalbolus can be sheltered in certain species. We mentioned a lot the volunteer corn, but weeds have a very important role in the dynamic of Dalbolus, because as Ines was mentioning in the previous talk, we've seen that the leafhopper can increase their lifespan in winter seasons by just taking water, and that water can be found in the weeds as well. So I'm not saying that they feed on that, but they can serve as shelter for this species. With the two most important species, the Mexican leafhopper and the Dalbolus mydes, these two are very important because they infect with three important diseases. And in the case of the Mexican leafhopper, it is interesting to mention because in general, the distribution in heights is above 1,000 meters above sea level. And here you see a map so that you can see the reddish area is already above 1,000 meters above sea level. So we can see where the Mexican leafhopper is and where is the Dalbolus mydes that prefers much more tropical climate conditions in the case of Mexico. And Dalbolus mydes, Alimatus, can feed on other crops, unlike the Dalbolus mydes. So when we focus on Dalbolus mydes and the distribution on tropical areas, for quite some time, CMIT and different other regional programs have developed genetic to combat stunt growth, especially on the tropical areas. And when we see scalinated seasons. Besides these bodies or others, such the Antonio Narro University, that have developed different programs for each of their regions, they talked about the genetic importance it means for Mexico. Here I'm highlight the different varieties with the importance on the tropical areas. And as an example, there were very important tools in Veracruz from the Mexican Gulf to the Yucatan Peninsula. They can provide 8-ton yield with 520. And there are others, germoplasm, that do not get such powerful yields, but have served to improve the gene improvement of corn. The hybrid CML and the LP. But have a look at this table. What's interesting is that there are certain corn hybrids that have a stunt growth rate of 0%. And another important factor is that a hybrid to have a stunt growth 0% does not mean that they will have a greater yield. There's a physiological resistance in the case of corn. So it's very interesting because this co-evolution between the Dalbolus genes, the corns that exist, and the situation of the farmers have generated the evolution of other organisms, such as the parasites, where Anagrus and Paracetrobia are the most frequent ones, in 40%, and the Gonatropus barleti. There are no reports that this is there's presence of this type of parasite in Argentina. So gene is related and coevolution is related to the response. They are arthropods. They're highly studied, and when the damage is produced by a leafhopper, there are volatiles that attract the parasite species, and we measure that, and it's related very much. And there are different measures that sometimes the handling of these species can inhibit the release. That would be of great help for the growing of the corn.
I think that what's most interesting here, Lucas, and something that concerns us here in Argentina, is to achieve tolerance, but to lose the high potential. So your image is hopeful for breeders, because it means that we can reach high potentials and not sacrifice other things, because sometimes we're seeing transitions from 5,000 or 6,000 kilos versus the tolerance. So what I would like to point out is the management that you mentioned, supported on a main pillar, which is the germplasm. And like the image that Mauricio will be showing, or ours, which they call the tip of the pyramid, maybe the chemical part has a lower incidence for you. Exactly. And maybe for those of you who discussed the case in Mexico in the August pyramid, and the context, the productive context of those sectors where a lot of corn is grown, and they use a lot of insecticides with phosphorus organs, and the dynamic of Dalbolus in general occurs later than what we observed here in Argentina. And in the case that the economic damage is exceeded after the plague, after the pest has surpassed that resistance, then you do the chemical application. So in a way, it comes from that. The chemical element ends up being a complement, even though they are traditional products, they're very strong, but that are only applied in certain occasions. Okay. So a novelty today, one of the newest things are predictive models, not just for science, but for companies. So I have a specific question for you. If we think about the official launch of the network yesterday, how can we implement this? Or if you can share your experience based on a simulation model, if we can enhance a warning system, and how would we do it in our national network? Because we're just taking our very first baby steps, but visualizing the future, how can we incorporate other things? So this is a very interesting topic, and it has been part of my dissertation, my PhD dissertation. And it's how to work on these models in a simple manner so that you can understand the progress that we're making. Here you can see the BAM diagram with those circles. And what we try to explain, that for a species to occur in a certain place, they depend on mobility, biotic, and abiotic conditions. We have two models used in general, which are correlative models or mechanical models or process-based. In the case of correlative models, the techniques employ geo-referenced information with environmental layers, and the mathematical algorithms, which may be diverse. Some are linear regressions, etc. I mean, there are many different things to calculate, but what they try to do is capture that georeference and environmental information that is identical or similar. And that environmental information, we project the geography on it so that we can find the most suitable places, maybe where the pest could be established or where it could become established, if in the case of a new pest that we haven't detected yet. And we have other approaches, but that are more fine-tuned, and they use the biotic condition, and they use mobility indicators as dispersion and different methods of dispersion. And they use mathematical equations to try to make predictions. They are more precise, but they require more inputs, more in-depth, more details, and with more computational ability. So what I want to show you is something that we've done. This is the case of a pest that was detected in the crop season 2019-2020, and what the relationship could be with Albolus and how we could use these models. This pest started to create damages in soybean in Tucumán, Santiago del Estero, and Salta. So we started to see this problem, and the georeference, which was difficult to obtain, is here. But we had the specialists who were able to identify this taxonomically, because it was a big problem. And in the face of this problem, the modeling tools helped us to know up to what point they could reach, or if it was already installed, at least at that point where we weren't able to identify it. So what we did as environmental information, we used satellite images between August 2019, which is the winter crop season of chickpeas, and which helped this pest, and June 2020 to capture the species in the field. Those are the temperature conditions that we were interested in. And then we used bioclimatic variables, which used an average of a year and two sources to assess. So what we were able to observe is represented here in this scheme, and we're showing it here in detail. But the important is that the resolution is 1 kilometer. It can be more or less depending on the product that I use to generate these models. So this project was published at the beginning of 2023, and at the end of 2023, in areas where we had predicted the presence of the species, we created the first report for Uruguay. So that's very encouraging to say that these tools could greatly contribute to our work. These are more details of what we can see for Argentina. And using this information, and of course, thank you to CREA and Dr. Casado and Dr. Fabiola Malacarne, we use this environmental information, and the intention was to create a network of detection of Frugiperda, which has always been the classic pest for corn. So what we did was, having this environmental information, and of course compiling this data takes a lot of time. So what we did was do a projection between December and 2020. And what was happening with Frugiperda in those places where it was more than 20%. So the idea was to identify and where can we focus these management efforts, or where we should be more cautious in certain areas. And this was very important because we know that Frugiperda is present in the north, but it's not the same to say that than to have it's here and very specific, or within specific limits. And it would save us a lot of time, of course, to have this information. So basically here, what I wanted to convey is that we can categorize that data, we can present it to respond to these questions. And maybe, for example, in the area of Santa Fe, we're talking about a red area. The south of Buenos Aires is a green zone, and a yellow zone, etc. And so that's what these models show, and we can continue to identify these issues with these hypotheses. And finally, I will show you a simulation model that we created and where we included physiological information for a beetle that transmits a very serious disease, which in the United States killed more than 500 million trees of native crops and has adapted to avocado. And avocado in Mexico is the main export product. So basically what we did is try to build this in the lab to adjust this curve based on the physiological data on the lab. And this formula, we calculated it in the environmental grid, which has in each square specific information useful to replace the T data, which is in the formula, and to have a growth rate to see where we could grow more or less, and including movement dynamics to see how the species transferred and the routes of invasion that we were concerned about, because this species does not exist in Mexico yet. So you can do simulations from diverse sites to try to identify where to focus. And here we would have the Mexican Pacific and the Gulf of Mexico as the most important sites where we should study and focus more. Excellent. I think that for modeling, these are Argentine cases, and I think that having predicted that area of Uruguay where the detection would take place was very important. And also the north of Santa Fe. We have many friends here from San Justo. I call them the door to hell because all the entomology problems take place there for strong pressure of Dalbolus mites and other areas. So the fact that it's a red zone is indicative of how important this tool is. But we also use satellite images, not just mathematical models. So common producers maybe could use this tool that you've been developing. Maybe you can tell us more about it. Yes, we actually worked with the information generated by the experimental station to see what the behavior is and what the satellite image is detecting. Here, the idea is that on the left, you see what the human eye sees, and on the right, what the satellite sees, of course, with much more sensitive sensors than just mere perception. So what we want to see is these symptoms of the disease, and basically, what I want to do with this, and in the satellite, trying to find an image that is related to that date to see how the disease progresses. So on the left, you have 14.3, 438 inhibitors in the San Agustin plot. And we went to the DBI index to see what happens. You see a square that has a lighter color. This just means that there are two macroparcels there and others that are smaller. So 27.3, we have 1,000 leafhoppers already in the satellite images. So this is 10 meters away for resolution, and the Google Earth Engine that are free resources. Very important to mention this. And so then on the 27th, we started seeing some symptoms, and April 16th, when we had 2,400 leafhoppers, that's when things get messy. And the satellite was already perceiving these issues. And let alone April 21, when the disease progresses, even though the dynamic dwindles. So it means that this is accumulating. However, this is a very useful index. Everybody uses it. And I wanted to explore whether in these situations from the 27th to the 16th, it goes from green to red. So there's a turning point that we have to try to discover. And this is what we were trying to explore to see whether there was some action that could be implemented. So I started exploring other indexes to see whether there were other indexes. And take a look. For March 27th, the GCVI cannot predict or cannot detect But what it does detect is a different index, in this case the GCVI, where I'm starting to see the problems that appear. And when NDVI was still, getting their act together on April 16th, the GCVI was already detecting. So when we have an index with a higher resolution, on March 12th, I was in a position already to say that I have the main area affected. And the monitoring of yellow traps that Augusto mentioned. Of course, today we have drones. If you have a drone, if you have a multi-spectrum camera, you can monitor the different headers and start comparing and seeing things from a different perspective. Of course, we would have to see how the issue continues. This was also done by the guys, but I will put the index there. This is the most efficient one, DNVI and GCVI. On March 12th, we started seeing a bit more yellow there. And on March 27th, the header was already very compromised. And the 16th of March, after an abiotic thermal stress event, the plot was practically destroyed. So I think what's most interesting there, Lucas, is not to get to the point of losing biomass. We saw it was red in the image, but based on the monitoring, Augusto was very emphatic, and they discuss the value. So using these indexes that are very premature allows me to focus on monitoring, focus on the header, and I think that that should be incorporated. Okay? We will have questions at the end. You have the QR so that you can ask the questions to Lucas. But I wanted to promote the course and the Congress of Entomology, which will be next year in our headquarters in Tucumán. So you are all invited. A little bit to give the floor to Mauricio Passini. We are very close, and he was a very direct consultant of Obispo Colombres and everything that we did last year with our project with Grupo CREA. And especially providing responses and solutions when we couldn't find one, and regarding foliar insecticides. But in order to give a segue to Mauricio, who is joining us via Zoom, we are joined by a common destiny with Brazil. And when they see the predominant wind current, we start to understand a bit the whole picture of why we are so united. And sometimes people in the center or in the core area are following very closely what happens in the north of our country with Dalbilus matis, because the whole process of Firicorde or other resistances always happened in Brazil first and then ended up in Argentina. So the question for 2016, 2017 in Brazil, and our case, which was 23 or 24, I would like to give the floor so that maybe he can contextualize this situation and maybe in a certain way can convey what the progress was after 6 years. So we give the floor to Mauricio. Go ahead.
Tudo bem, Ale?
It's a pleasure to be with you and with Lucas. I hope you can hear me okay. The speaker is speaking into Portuguese, and we will try to convey his message into English. We have been learning how to manage Dalbus in the last 8 years. I convey and share with you our experiences in the management of leafhopper and in Paraguay. Argentina is not important pests. Let's get that straight. We want to contribute with you in the management.
pela excelente explanação e essa importância do trabalho dele com essa parte de modelos ali vinculados a esses insetos, que querendo ou não, isso ajuda nós a ter uma previsão daquilo que vai acontecer. Eu vou tentar ser objetivo, um português claro, bem devagar, para que todo mundo possa compreender e se ficar.
We are sorry, but this booth interprets English into Spanish and vice versa, and the speaker is speaking into Portuguese.
Na área de entomologia, já há 20 anos, em Dalbulus maides, nos últimos 8 anos, a gente vem se dedicando a manejar com esse inseto. E, inicialmente, eu quero trazer para vocês um mapa do nosso grande desafio que a gente tem hoje a nível de Brasil e Paraguai. E necessariamente não é só Dalbulus, mas sim devido a gente estar em latitudes menores que a Argentina, a nossa diversidade de insetos ela é muito grande, ou seja, você tem várias espécies aqui que acontecem em altas infestações, mas outro cenário que nos desafia é essa constante sucessão de cultivos que a gente tem, e aí passa que praticamente todo ano a gente tem a presença de alimento para que esses insetos eles possam se estabelecer e eles possam vir a gerar os impactos econômicos. Então, o primeiro detalhe que a gente traz para vocês é essa nossa dificuldade que a gente tem em todo ano fornecer alimento para esses insetos, e no caso de Dalbulus, a gente tem visualizado que ela tem utilizado dessas outras plantas para se hospedar, para se abrigar, e da implantação da cultura do milho, da germinação dessa planta, da emergência, passa a acontecer na cultura do milho. Quando a gente fala em Dalbulus, algumas estratégias de manejo elas têm que estar muito claras. E a primeira estratégia que a gente tem que ter no manejo dela é eliminar milho guacho, eliminar milho voluntário. Nessas plantas de milho voluntário, na entre-safra de milho, Dalbulus encontra aqui um local para ela se hospedar e um local que muitas vezes aqui ela já se reproduz. E se essa Dalbulus que foi até essa planta voluntária estiver contaminada, ela já vai estar fazendo com que as próximas gerações ou os descendentes dessa Dalbulus adquirem esses agentes patogênicos e já da implantação da próxima cultura do milho passa dessa planta para infestar. Então, a primeira dica que a gente dá, eliminem plantas de milho voluntário. Em qualquer ambiente, isso já ajuda a baixar a infestação e baixar o nível da população infectiva nesse ambiente. Segunda situação, talvez trave um pouco o vídeo, mas aqui a gente tem uma imagem do que é uma alta infestação de Dalbulus. E isso daqui decorre do quê? Decorre de você implantar necessariamente áreas de milho em ambientes onde que você já tem planta de milho estabelecida. Ou seja, no ambiente, sempre que for semear milho, cultivar milho, evitem cultivá-lo próximo de áreas onde que já tem a presença da planta de milho. Porque quando esse milho que já estava na área ficar pronto para a colheita, a Dalbulus que está nesse milho vai migrar para essas áreas de milho mais novos. Lembrem-se que a planta de milho, quando estiver necessariamente no pendoamento, o adulto de Dalbulus, ele não gosta de ficar nessa planta. Ele migra para plantas de milhos menores, milhos que estão ainda em desenvolvimento vegetativo. O nosso manejo hoje de Dalbulus, ele é muito simples. Se vocês estiverem no ambiente e em 20 plantas vocês encontrar uma Dálbulos, nós sugerimos a tomada de decisão, ou seja, nós sugerimos a aplicação. É praticamente presença ou ausência para a aplicação desse inseto, ou seja, nós trabalhamos com baixa densidade populacional. E aí vem um detalhe importante. Sempre que vocês forem executar o monitoramento de Dálbulos, cuidem população migrante, ou seja, a população que está migrando para a lavoura, e se destaca pela presença de adultos, e a população estabelecida. Qual que é a população estabelecida? Já são indivíduos decorrentes da reprodução de Dálbulos na área de milho. Geralmente, esses indivíduos, eles ficam na face inferior, ou seja, na face inferior das folhas de milho, e nesses locais, a Dálbulos, ela já começa a efetuar a sua oviposição, a sua deposição de ovo, que é uma deposição de ovos endofítica, ou seja, dentro da folha, como vocês podem verificar aqui pelas imagens. Então, voltando, no monitoramento, no monitoreio da Dálbulos, sempre cuidem população migrante, que são os adultos infectivos que entram para dentro da lavoura, e a população estabelecida, que é o reflexo da reprodução dessa Dálbulos já na lavoura. Em poucos dias após a colocação do ovo dessa Dálbulos na folha de milho, começam a emergir dessas folhas Dálbulos maides. E aqui vocês podem verificar da presença de ninfas. E aqui é o nosso outro problema decorrente dela. Voltando, no manejo de Dálbulos maides, o primeiro fator é eliminar a planta voluntária. O segundo fator é buscar selecionar híbridos para aqueles ambientes que há população de Dálbulos tolerantes ao complexo de enfesamento. Mas o terceiro fator fundamental é manter a população baixa dela, porque além de ser um vetor de agentes patogênicos, Dálbulos maides também tem a capacidade de se reproduzir em áreas de milho. Quando forem monitorar, lembrem-se, cuidem áreas de bordadura e cuidem áreas no centro da lavoura. O fluxo de Dálbulos é sempre da borda para o centro da lavoura. E muitas vezes não vai precisar fazer manejo em área total. Basta fazer um manejo de bordadura e conter o avanço populacional dela. A partir de uma Dálbulos por planta, a gente já começa a ter altas infestações. E em altas infestações, o que é importante é reduzir o intervalo entre as aplicações, de 12 ou 14 dias para 6 dias. Ou seja, para a gente fazer entradas e reentradas de maneira mais curta, visando sim a redução populacional de Dálbulos. Em altas infestações, como vocês podem verificar aqui, já não há mais o que fazer e muitas vezes o melhor é eliminar as plantas de milho e buscar um outro cultivo. Quando for executar as aplicações para a Dálbulos, no manejo dela, busquem sempre momentos onde que ela está mais estática, ou seja, assim como vocês podem verificar, seja adultos, seja ninfas. Cuidem, porque muitas vezes nós acreditamos que baixas temperaturas vão eliminar Dálbulos. E aqui você tem uma Dálbulos numa situação de baixa temperatura. Ou seja, aqui ela está congelada, mas 2 horas depois, a gente foi e filmou essa Dálbulos, necessariamente voltando a seu estado normal com o retorno da radiação solar. Então, temperaturas baixas dificilmente irão eliminar as populações de Dálbulos maides. Por fim, tomem a decisão sempre na escolha de híbridos. Híbrido é fundamental para quê? Para a gente evitar questão de impactos decorrentes dos enfesamentos. O que é um híbrido sensível? É isto daqui. Isto é um híbrido sensível. Isto é um híbrido sensível. Então, busquem nos ambientes que vocês têm populações elevadas de dálbulos, trabalhar com híbridos tolerantes. Isso é fundamental para a gente evitar esses prejuízos decorrentes do enfesamento. Mas, lembrem-se que se você buscar um híbrido tolerante e deixar elevar a população de dálbulos, muitas vezes ele também pode sofrer muito. Então, cabe a nós a manter a população baixa e evitar não somente impactos decorrentes de enfesamento, mas também os danos diretos da dálbulos. E aí, a representação disso, ela está muito nesse ciclo. Lembrem-se, você vai implantar o milho, a planta vai iniciar o seu desenvolvimento, você vai ter a migração. E aqui é um momento muito importante para a transmissão de agentes patogênicos. Depois, vocês vão ter um período de reprodução dessa dálbulos em áreas de milho, e depois disso, você tem o estabelecimento dela nessas plantas. Nesse período aqui, principalmente após o florescimento, lembrem-se, dálbulos gosta de ficar nas plantas do terço médio para inferior do dossel vegetativo. Isso daqui é 30%, essas folhas, é 30% do potencial produtivo. A dálbulos ali, o que ela faz? Ela vai ali, ela vai se alimentar, ela vai estar se alimentando dessas plantas aqui. E o mais importante é isso daqui, ó. Ou seja, após a alimentação, a dálbulo excreta substâncias adocicadas, açúcares, e esses açúcares aqui, com o tempo, formam fumagina. E aí, quando você tem a formação de fumagina, muitas vezes os impactos diretos, eles também são muito expressivos. E aqui, para vocês terem uma noção dessa importância, a gente tem a diferença de uma planta com dano direto, decorrente de dálbulos, e aqui uma planta normal, sem dano direto. O detalhe do dano direto de dálbulos está na massa do grão, no peso desse grão de milho. E isso passa a ser muito expressivo na produtividade. Dicas de manejo. Primeiro, antes de implantar milho, lembrem-se dessas placas ou armadilhas de coloração amarela. Isso daqui é fundamental para a gente iniciar o nosso monitoramento. Lembrem-se, após a emergência do milho, entre a placa amarela e a planta de milho, dálbulos prefere a planta de milho. Tá bem? Dito isso, ela passa a se reproduzir. E aí você pode trabalhar com indutores de resistência para tornar essa planta menos atrativa a dálbulos maides. Essa dálbulos, ela se reproduz muitas vezes nos ambientes. E ao se reproduzir nesses ambientes, lembrem-se que vocês podem trabalhar com alguns nutrientes. E esses nutrientes auxiliam a diminuir a taxa reprodutiva, até pela característica que eles vão induzir a essa planta. Quando em forma de ninfa, essa dálbulos no seu desenvolvimento, a gente pode trabalhar com alguns produtos com ação sobre a fisiologia do inseto, que auxiliam a justamente diminuir a taxa reprodutiva e o desenvolvimento dessa dálbulos também. Já quando adulto, o mais importante e muito bem representado, hoje, a nível Brasil, a gente ainda trabalha com a espécie dálbulos maides, mas a gente já acredita que há outras espécies de dálbulos acontecendo, ou possivelmente alguns biótipos de dálbulos acontecendo, devido à grande quantidade de ambientes que ela está inserida. No manejo de dálbulos, lembrem-se de tudo isso. Primeiro, híbrido de milho. Segundo, nutrição de plantas. Trabalhem sempre no início da infestação e sempre que vocês forem fazer uma aplicação de produtos para dálbulos, busquem sempre trabalhar em momentos de temperatura amena. Particularmente, em minhas recomendações, eu gosto de trabalhar à noite. À noite é um bom momento para a gente ser mais efetivo para Daubulus. Entre os produtos que a gente testa, a gente gosta de trabalhar por séries históricas. Aqui é um resumo de 5 anos de pesquisa, onde a gente foi agregando os produtos de acordo com as eficiências que a gente obteve em nossos ensaios. E a gente dividiu as ferramentas em ferramentas que entregam de 60% a 65% de eficiência e ferramentas ou princípios ativos que vão entregar de 65% a 70% de eficiência. Contudo, aqui são ferramentas químicas. Lembrem-se das ferramentas biológicas, fungos entomopatogênicos. Hoje, no meu posicionamento, são pelo menos 2 entradas que a gente tem trabalhado com fungos entomopatogênicos. Fungos entomopatogênicos auxiliam muito a suplementar o manejo já feito pela ferramenta química. São pelo menos 2 entradas. A primeira no V4, estádio V4 ou no V6. A segunda entrada no estádio V8 ou estádio V10. E para produtores que trabalham com 3 entradas de ferramenta biológica, a gente tem trabalhado uma entrada pós a fase reprodutiva ou ao florescimento da cultura do milho. Então, voltando, há muitas ferramentas, elas vão entregar hoje, dificilmente você vai ter uma ferramenta, um produto que vai entregar mais que 75% de eficiência para Daubulus. Por quê? Há uma dificuldade no alvo, há uma dificuldade em nós conseguir ser efetivos para esse inseto. Voltando, aqui é muito simples. A importância que a gente tem de controlar esse inseto. Aqui, o manejo sem inseticida. Aqui, um manejo com inseticida. Ou seja, hoje, trabalhar manejo para Daubulus é pelo menos de 50% a 60% do potencial produtivo da cultura do milho naqueles ambientes onde ela está presente. Pois, mesmo você tendo o melhor híbrido, você tendo a melhor nutrição, você tendo o melhor ambiente, se você deixar ela acontecer, ela pode sim levar grande parte do potencial produtivo. E aqui um trabalho muito simples. Aqui nós fizemos manejo até V8 e aqui até o pendoamento. Hoje, nós preconizamos manter a população baixa até o pendoamento ou até o florescimento das plantas de milho. Por quê? Porque nesse trabalho, a diferença foi de 38 sacas de milho ou 2.299 quilos de diferença de produtividade. Ou seja, essa diferença ela é muito representativa. Contudo, hoje nós não temos que só trabalhar com Daubulus a nível de Brasil e Paraguai. Há pulgões que estão acontecendo, seja aqui o Melanapis sacari, seja pulgão do milho, seja um pulgão do trigo, um Rhopalosifum apad, um Metopolophium de Rudum, há percevejos, tintes acontecendo, há trips acontecendo na cultura do milho, como vocês podem ver, há também ácaros acontecendo na cultura do milho, há também lagartas, no caso Spodoptera, acontecendo muito e mudando o seu comportamento na cultura do milho, sem contar em helicoverpas que também estão acontecendo. Os desafios, eles são muito grandes. Alejandro, Lucas, eu espero ter trabalhado de uma maneira bem objetiva, trazido um pouco das nossas experiências aqui para vocês. Espero ter contribuído com todo mundo da Argentina que está junto nesse evento. Para quem quiser, gente, este é o meu contato na rede social, no Instagram. Quem quiser, é só colocar, apontar a sua câmera para o QR Code. É um local onde que a gente fica divulgando as nossas informações e muitas vezes, se alguém tiver alguma dúvida, enfim, a gente está sempre aí à disposição para vocês. Antes de finalizar e agradecer, só avisar, gente, entre os dias 2 e 6 de setembro, a gente vai estar na Argentina, rodando nas províncias do Chaco, do Santiago del Estero, Tucumã, Córdoba e Santa Fé. Então, nesses dias, a gente vai ter a oportunidade de estar visitando as áreas da Argentina e, de alguma maneira, buscando a contribuir com o manejo de todo mundo. Espero ter agregado e estou à disposição de todo mundo aí para dúvidas que possam acontecer. Obrigado, Alejandro. Espero não ter passado do tempo. Lucas, tamo junto.
Thank you so much, Mauricio. I have a couple of questions. I was a bit constrained in time, but I will try to fit them in. One of the questions is recently Argentina released itself from certain yellow traps, and you spoke about efficiency. It was always better to choose corn, but in Brazil, what is the efficiency of the yellow trap, and if it fits for decision making?
Lídia, nós hoje, eu particularmente, eu utilizo ela muito para entender o comportamento da Daubulus ao longo dos anos, ao longo do ano, para entender o fluxo dela. Só que tem um detalhe e tem uma informação relevante em relação à trampa. Toda trampa que for colocada, ela tem que ter junto a ela plantas de milho. Isso é fundamental, porque isso ajuda a atrair a população e ajuda a nós compreender mais essa população. Mas uma rede de monitoramento com trampas é fundamental para entender como cada região está acontecendo suas densidades populacionais. Porém, a tomada de decisão baseada na trampa, ela deve ser vista com muita cautela. Primeiro, coletou na trampa Daubulus antes da implantação da cultura do milho, é fundamental já nas aplicações de dessecação já começar a reduzir essa densidade populacional dela. Porém, muitas vezes, você vai ter plântulas de milho e vai ter trampas. Se ficar só olhando na trampa, isso não vai servir, porque muitas vezes vai na trampa e você não encontra Daubulus. E aí você vai nas plantas de milho pequenas, ela já está lá dentro. Então, é fundamental que, se vocês forem tomar a decisão do manejo para Daubulus, além de tomar as trampas como um parâmetro, é fundamental observar também plantas de milho. Isso é importantíssimo.
Mauricio, en la disertación anterior, Augusto Casmú.
The previous dissertation, Augusto Camun, spoke about monitoring. We should not only find support in the methodology of yellow traps, but to do it in situ. That is to say, to monitor the corn plant to see the presence of leafhoppers. I think this is the message we have to convey to the farmers, because those tools converge. We have to handle both to have a real idea of what's going on in the field.
Vamos utilizar todas as ferramentas possíveis. Trampas, plantas passam a ser fundamentais para a gente utilizar isso daí na nossa tomada de decisão. E voltando, na área, no ambiente de cultivo, lembrem-se, a Daubulus, o fluxo dela dentro da lavoura ou da área de produção de milho é sempre das bordas, ou seja, da parte externa das áreas de milho para o centro da área de milho. Então, concentrem muito o monitoramento nas bordas, Mas o fundamental, sempre busquem áreas onde você tem fluxos de vento mais constantes. Geralmente, nesses locais, é onde que ela inicia sua infestação, nessas áreas.
Hay una pregunta para...
There's a question for you, Lucas, regarding the modeling, how environmental conditions can vary the different context. I think the question aims at the frosts that we had. We used to have milder winters, but how does this shape the environmental situation? Can you tell us a little bit about that? Well, that depends on the type of model I use. We have correlative models that show images, and then there are models that are related to the physiology. In correlative models that are just images, and the monitoring network is a good point, we can develop different scenarios with the conditions being this and such. So there's a very tight correlation between the site that has a georeference and those environmental conditions that can help me draw different scenarios. And the physiological type that is more complex. That's why they are finer, because when you include a physiological model on a specific environmental variable, that you have to decide, depending on the species, you can detect where this would apply or not. So it's a very good question. Models can help us a lot to try to respond to those variations that are so important in the dynamic of these pests. Mauricio, there's a question, one last question that I'm going to connect this to a personal question. They ask about biologics. Because in fact, in Argentina, we made a lot of progress. In 2 to 3 months, we could record not only seed and leaves, and we have a good reaction in the face of this problem. But the specific point is the question regarding a Bovaria or Isaria. Can you share your experience? What happens in a Niña climatic situation? What would happen in this phase of a drought? And final message of hope, having gone a long way, and that you can assure us that it's possible to grow corn and overcome the leafhopper problem. I would like to end with this.
Primeira questão importante. Os fungos entomopatogênicos, Bovaria e Isaria, eu vejo como uma ferramenta fundamental. A nível de Brasil, nós conseguimos implementar muito bem. Me lembro do início, quando a gente começou em Dáubulos a posicionar o manejo, nós chegávamos para os agricultores e falávamos umas assim, aplica, testa. Nós já tínhamos o resultado, mas nós pedíamos muito para eles fazer o famoso lado a lado, ou seja, aplicar numa área, em outra área deixar sem o produto biológico, para justamente ele comparar. E todo mundo que passou a utilizar, passou a adquirir, porque viu que o produto biológico ele agrega muito no nosso manejo. E o mais importante dele é que ele não agrega só no momento em que você está aplicando. Ele agrega ao longo dos anos. Ou seja, ao longo dos anos, nós vamos vendo benefícios de redução gradativa na população de inseto nesses ambientes onde que se utiliza a ferramenta biológica ou os produtos biológicos. Hoje, nós temos Isarias e nós temos Bovaria. A Bovaria, ela prefere ambientes mais úmidos, ou seja, a Bovaria, ela tem uma condição um pouco mais específica. Para Dáubulos maides, a gente notou que até a própria Dáubulos maides, ela tem uma estrutura de defesa que muitas vezes impede com que a Bovaria se estabeleça nela. Esse é um artigo recente que o pessoal trouxe, onde que há enzimas que muitas vezes impedem com que aqueles produtos que estão gerados no processo de colonização do fungo penetrem na dálbulos. E isso muitas vezes pode impedir a ação da bovéria. Já Isária ou Cordyceps, já classificando alguma classificação nova dela, a Isária ela tem se tornado mais agressiva para a questão de cigarrinha. Entre Bovéria e Isária, nos nossos ensaios, e avaliando diferentes cepas, a gente notou que a Isária ela ainda se mantém superior na performance para dálbulos. Mas voltando, hoje nós preconizamos usar a ferramenta biológica. Entre você não utilizar e usar, usem, que vocês vão ver que ela vai somar bastante, tá? E quando vocês usam produtos biológicos, é muito importante vocês avaliar a espécie do fungo, avaliem a cepa do fungo e avaliem a formulação. São 3 fatores fundamentais e isso é muito importante para garantir a qualidade lá na aplicação. Os ambientes mais secos, muitas vezes a gente tem a impressão que restringe o fungo. Mas entre o ambiente seco e presença de radiação solar, radiação UV, evitem radiação UV. E lembrem-se que, por mais que a umidade do ar esteja baixa, o microclima que a planta forma é um microclima de uma maior umidade em relação ao ambiente. Então, mesmo nos ambientes de restrição hídrica ou de temperatura, vocês podem utilizar a ferramenta biológica que ela vai entregar performance. Então, voltando, esse é um pouquinho da resposta. E voltando na questão de esperança, eu acredito que a Argentina hoje ela já está um passo muito largo, está andando muito rápido nesse processo de discussão e de manejo de cigarrinho. Isso aconteceu no Brasil décadas passadas, ela ressurgiu e a gente ainda está discutindo o manejo dela. Mas eu vejo que vocês estão mais direcionados, vocês estão mais assertivos e estão buscando informação, o que foi muito importante. Me lembro, Alejandro, quando a gente começou a dialogar sobre manejo de dálbulos, eu até pedi, reúne toda a turma, os seus colegas, e vamos fazer uma interação online para a gente passar tudo aquilo que a gente aprendeu. E desde lá, eu acredito que eu tenho um excelente amigo, que a gente ainda não se viu pessoalmente, mas que a gente gosta de trocar muita informação. E já lhe parabenizo por ter organizado essa discussão. Ao Lucas, que eu também não conhecia, mas admiro pelo trabalho que ele fez ali nessa parte de modelos e trouxe a experiência do México. E assim, gente, quanto ao manejo de dálbulos, vocês vão ver que 1 ou 2 anos a gente vai todo mundo aprender em conjunto. Então são pelo menos 2 anos que vai ser o nosso trabalho de aprendizagem para que a gente evite o problema dela. E no manejo de dálbulos, lembrem-se, primeiro, híbrido de milho. Segundo, manter população baixa é fundamental. E terceiro, não deixe ela infestar no ambiente de cultivo. Sempre busquem trabalhar de maneira conjunta regionalmente. E a ferramenta biológica, os produtos biológicos, eles somam muito às ferramentas químicas. Isso é o manejo integrado de pragas, de insetos pragas, que a gente sempre preconiza dentro do manejo de insetos. Alejandro, Lucas, foi um prazer estar com vocês e desculpe a resposta longa.
Igualmente.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lucas. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Muy bien, agradecemos a Alejandro Vera.
Thank you, Alejandro Vera, and the speakers of this presentation that was related to the management of Dalbulus mites. The theme next, But first, those of you who wouldn't like to stay for the next talk, please use the lateral doors. Those of you who would like to stay, we are about to welcome the speakers for the next and last talk. We are going to focus on the financial strategies, current context, and future trends, moderated by Lazzari. Remember, tomorrow, as of 9 a.m. and until noon, we will be here with the final day of this 32nd Aapresid Congress, Nueva Amarok edition, with the strength of Expo Agro under the motto, everything is connected. We get ready and we'll resume for the last part of the day.
Very well. We are ready to continue in this final stretch of the 32nd Aapresid Congress. This edition is New Amarok with the strength of Expo Agro. As always, we would like to greet those people who are exploring the different stands here in the city of Buenos Aires at this Congress, and to say hi also to those who are joining us on www.congresoapresid.org.ar. This Congress has had its presence for 35 years, and its purpose is to promote productive systems that are more sustainable every day. Today, it is an international reference for researchers, decision makers, producers, and representatives of the agro-industrial chain of the region. As I was saying, we are entering the final stretch of the second day. May I remind you that tomorrow we will have the third day, which will start in the morning and end at noon. After this talk, we will go over the main points for tomorrow. To start with this talk, may I ask you to once again put your phones on silence mode, and let's welcome Gustavo Lazzari, who is an economist, a businessman, and who will be moderating this talk, which will focus on financial strategies, future trends. Thank you very much to all the panel. Gustavo, take it away. Thank you very much for the invitation. For me, it's always a pleasure to be here in the backbone of Argentina, and I'm glad to be here with these financial experts. We have like a psychology office, yes, a little bit. So I will not analyze you. I will try. I'm here with Hernan Bush from Banco Galicia, Nicolás Lowe from Santander, and Juan Martín Ocapo from Banco Macro. Let me share a brief introduction, and we are in the midst of a change, and what is happening will be different from what happened previously. Let's imagine that we're heading towards normality, if possible. So how are you preparing? What is the situation like today, and how is the financial system preparing itself to tackle and to deal with clients in a context of normality? And we may think that there's a long-term process in Argentina, and we are in the midst of a change of the old and the new coexisting. So what is the financial situation? What is the credit market? Where is it, and how is it preparing for the new normal? First of all, I would like to underscore the important opportunity the financial system has in a process of normalization. If we take a look at the credit indicator over the GDP, Argentina has a credit over the GDP ratio of below 6%. This means that it's a small financial system, but it is solid and robust. But if we compare it with the average of the region, neighboring countries, etc., that ratio reaches 50%. And if we compare what Gustavo says, this normalization of the whole process, and we think about previous stages of Argentina, where Argentina had a more normalized economy, our country would be in a position. Talking about a more stable economy, more normalized economy, involves a financial system that should be bigger. So this would force us to have a financial system that would be 5 times bigger than what it is now. And this only just recovering a system that when the situation was normal, that existed when the situation was normal. So this has to be a lever to normalize economy. We have a huge opportunity in front of us with a more normal system. We are starting with a country where the first 6 months there were signals from the government indicating a reduction of the rate of the interest rate, and this is a sector that is very much incentivized by credit. It has obviously the seasons for the crops, but if analyzing the first quarter of 2024, where this normalization started for the financial system, which it was strongly reactivated and sharing information one with the other. Expo Agro, where the farmers go and try to renew their machinery or they're starting the crop season, we saw a very active sector. So, to sum up this trigger that Gustavo mentioned, and if we see the average for the region, I think that the opportunity is to look at the Everest. How do I climb this mountain? But if we look backwards, the country was at the level and is at the level of having a bigger financial system. That's one of the major challenges that banks have ahead of them. I think that the role we have, us three, if we try to identify the opportunities we have in common, we know each other very well. And one of the big challenges that we've asked of you actually several times is how can we make things easier for you, simplifying them and focusing on what needs to be done with a role that activates production. And to echo these words, this wasn't so long ago. Less than 10 years ago, in the government, before the previous governments, we had these ratios. So not too long ago, we had that, and it could perfectly happen again. The financial system is prepared for that to happen and to accompany the process. The reality is that idle credits that exist in banks and the capacity for loans that we have is huge. But sometimes we hear that the bank only lends to the state. But it's a matter of demand. We would love to have these projects, and we sit down very often with our clients, and we realize that projects and ideas are not scarce in Argentina, but what is lacking is other things. And we are from commercial banks, I think, and what we want the most is for all of that to happen. We have the teams, we are prepared for the context to accompany us, and I think that several variables are, falling into place. And it's a year where decisions are difficult to make, especially in agriculture, because there are other drivers of the context that need to be considered. There's, the climate, there's uncertainty about what will be done, and we still have not seen a decision to normalize investments. But what we are seeing is that there's a will, and that's what we're looking for in banks. I definitely agree, and I would like to see, maybe what Juan says, 5 or 6% over the GDP. Very recently, we held a study, and for each worker, what amount of the GDP they generate. And so we were wondering, what will happen with credit? Well, credit will need to grow. And when Argentina normalizes credit and the amount of loans and credits that public or private banks are going to offer to the sector and to the country as a whole will be much higher. There's no doubt about that. I do agree with Hernan in the sense that demand is still not guiding this process. We still haven't found that sweet spot between supply and demand, but I think that banks are fully prepared. We have been protagonists in the severe drought that we suffered last year. Banks had a huge participation with good conditions, and we felt that we were part of the solution during that year. This year, the dynamic has changed. The dollars appeared, something that hadn't happened, especially because there was an expectation of devaluation. In March of this year, the system went more towards the dollar, and of course, it's Argentina. 1 or 2 months later, the pesos appeared again. So what we feel, and speaking with our clients, is that we're prepared. We have many challenges ahead of us, but in a normalization, I think that in this opportunity, this is it finds us in a good position. If we're alive with 6% of credits over the GDP, I think we're immortal. We have an extraordinary resilience. We've been following the level of debt in the agricultural sector, in the financial sector. Half is different from what was happening before. We have Vikings that have had a worse time, and you can't go much more below than 6%. So imagine that, okay, things are set, we're going to move towards the future. The credit demand. So producers who maybe today are resorting to you because they're having a hard time, they're recovering from the drought, they had problems. Do you see those people, or are you seeing people who are coming with new projects? I mean, probably there's less credit because the demand is not quite there yet because of the context. But are you starting to see different things when it comes to credit? More projects than last year, for sure. We're seeing this change in the context. We're seeing in the type of credit that was granted. Although I would like to be much more active with a demand that, tractions things more. But we're starting to see certain projects, but we know that there are projects happening, but the moment in which you need to make that decision, it's still, discussed. They come and consult about the credit, but they're not just, running towards it. There's still a gap against them, because if you take dollars, and there's already a gap against you when you have to go towards the dollar. So that involves a cost. The interest rate in pesos in the long term appears to be expensive if you're thinking that these indexes will be maintained and the inflation on its way down. So there are still variables that are, finding their place. But if you compare with 6 months ago, there's a huge difference. That changed a lot. So they're having more work than 6 months ago. I want to revisit something that Nico said. Last year, credit was an absolute need. You had to just overcome these financial problems. And now credits are becoming an opportunity. So the credit will add value. Do I take it or not? I think that's what producers are analyzing. We see a lot of good predisposition to take credit, but that credit has to add value. And so since the indicators are not clear in terms of the future direction, although some are more clear than others, I think that we analyze more and more how much credit I take or not. Let's go to the more sophisticated credit takers. It makes us more creative in the terms of the financial solutions that we can offer. And with this increased level of sophistication, we understand that the results are very important when it comes to closing the financial year for each of the companies or the physical persons who engage in production. So that's really great. The fact that that is happening is excellent, because we see that this sector has many alternatives to reduce price risk, to reduce rate risks. So we have to start profiting more from this. And with the experience of last year, because of its need, it grew a lot. There was a devaluation around the corner. The peso was all over the place. So most of our clients had assets in dollars. They became indebted in dollars, and now it is reflected in their debt. So I think that naturally our clients will become more sophisticated.
Buen gerente financiero. Se escucha ahí, perdón. Creo que en los últimos años teníamos que tener un buen gerente financiero.
In the last years, you had to have a good financial manager, but now we have to have a production manager. We have to be very efficient in production. Credits have to leverage the business. I think that's the thing. In a talk, someone said, I don't know if I should hire an accountant or an engineer to sell more. That's what drives Argentinians crazy. I don't think that banks are a synonym to credit. I think the things are a bit more complex than that. But sometimes when I go around, I notice, not being a sophisticated person, I mean, I don't know if I'm right to speak about this, but I think people sometimes lack sophistication, not when it comes to financing a project, but to handle the risk, to manage the surplus. So what is the relationship, or what do you expect the relationship to be between producers with a low level of sophistication that have to manage risk and surplus and banks? Are there questions about how to manage portfolios? Because I've been asked that question, and I just would like to know, are you noticing this type of inquiry, or if it is it 100% risk and 100% credit and that's all? I think we started noticing this from the moment where it was just defending yourself from inflation, and let alone when you had that dual economy. You have an activity that is governed by the dollar, and you had an activity that only allowed you to operate in pesos, the sales or the credits that you would take. But when you had to manage the surplus, you also had to find the way to place those flows into the future. So I think that that's when other instruments started appearing to defend that capital. Clearly, the producer tends to see these things, and it's a good thing because there's not a value reserve in their production. For that, we have to find the way to give it value. But it's not just, for the production, but it's a matter of looking where the markets are, because many people are, in production, but they're not looking forward in terms of the evolution of those sales. If in the last time, the price went down of the product, and so today you have less value in that sense. So I think that the reality is that things are much more complex, more sophisticated, and it's important to manage the surplus, especially in an activity that has long periods of activity in terms of the use of capital, and other long periods of time where you will have to reapply them. Using these financial instruments, of course, leads to the appearance of other new instruments. We think that the key to things are credit, but financial entities have a palette of different financial services that, of course, we love to offer to producers and farmers. Liquidity is definitely an issue, quite interesting, actually, we discuss with clients. I think that there are several tools today, and maybe in the recent past there weren't so many, but you have possibilities of investing locally, investing abroad, and different, with sovereign debt, private investments. I mean, it will depend, of course, on if you have a tough skin or not, and if you believe Milei and Caputo and their financial plan to make a decision. And what Hernan was saying, yes, the idiosyncrasy may be to just say, well, I want to sleep assured, I have the grains. But honestly, sometimes that ends up being a cost, and we miss opportunities for not having that liquidity, not being able to invest it correctly. So the answer is we have to develop that further, and we have to pay more attention because opportunities will start to appear. And going back to your question, if the country becomes more and more normal, we will see more of this, as happens in the rest of the world. Maybe things are normalizing more quickly than expected. So I'm afraid that maybe the country will become normalized and we will still be behind schedule in a sense, because we haven't still adapted to that new normal. Well, I think that there will be more profit for those who start sooner rather than later. But of course, others can wait and see, and I think both approaches are right. I think that on the one hand, for credit and for coverage, we must always bear in mind, first, what you're trying to cover, and second, what the horizon is. Because there are products that have good coverage, but that have longer horizons because they're more volatile. Sometimes someone can come and say, oh, why didn't you invest in that? And maybe that instrument was correct, but the volatility plays against you. So it's good to know what your horizon is. Because if not, you'll invest in an instrument, you ask for more profitability, and this requires a long-term horizon. And then if you need the funds for your crop season, then it's detrimental for you. So the coverage of a short bridge may be one thing that you're looking for, or you can be looking for diversification. It's two different things, and it's part of what we're looking to do in terms of counseling or consultancy. Sometimes it's family businesses where the capital has different uses. Sometimes it's a reserve, a long-term reserve. So it's important to know how long they want to keep that reserve, or if it's just a way to not lose the value of this surplus that I would need in 30 days or 90 days.
I notice that when I see the different situations, let me clarify to the audience. I'm a porteño. I'm pretty ignorant in the field. I was convinced that cows were very kind and they offered us beef, but the theme is pretty much more complex. So I see that there's much more concentration in the farming industry of highly sophisticated companies, family businesses, and there's a diversification. I call them new producers, like sort of Martians who do weird things they provide service, crops. You are all a bit weirdos. You do some amazing stuff. But are banks ready for this panoply of different people? Or we are just focused on the traditional farmer or who rent their field? How do you get ready for that? I think that it's related to what we were saying before. The farmer goes to other sources of financing because we are not finding the way around, or because they feel we are not up to the level of what they need. The concentration level is real. We see 40,000 customers that are really concentrated. So if we see this number of producers that are already up there, so a big challenge is that because we do not make things easier. I think that the banking system has to take responsibility for the demands they make. They have to make things simpler. If you see the crystal ceiling of the debt in the financial system for the sector, talking about the whole of the ecosystem, the primary production, and the first ring of producers and services, suppliers and services, but there are other sectors that are covering up for the funding that banks do not provide. For example, when they purchase a tool or a machinery, they provide funding or financing. So the credit demand, from the point of view of capital, we banks are prepared to provide credits. But I think what we have to do is to take responsibility and make things simpler for the producer. I'm requesting from you the whole of information. I do not tell from a smallholder to a big farmer, but little by little we started taking responsibility for that. And we have to start being more proactive in terms of credit and less demanding in terms of paperwork. Because sometimes banks love to talk about regulations, but if we want it, we want to lend a lot of money without having a credit file for a customer, in a paperless credit. But we always like to get acquainted with a customer. We always like to meet them, to know who is. We are obliged to do so. But many times we say, I don't know, we could lend more than 1 billion pesos, but why don't we do so? We have to do things simpler, and we are going towards that way. What we see as a trend is that the input companies start contacting us and say, I'm going to make I contact you with one of my clients, but we need to make things easier. The playing field used to be clearer, and it got more and more sophisticated. There are companies that have diversified. There are new players in the business, and the bank had to rethink the way we service customers. So, I mean, the field sector is not just the producer. We have to think more broader terms. Now it's a panoply of different roles. There's a panoply of different roles. So you have to think of this in a more ecosystemic way. You have specialists who try to service the producer, who's perhaps the heart, but you have to pay attention to the whole supply chain. And the bank tried to link the sale of a product or the input, the sale of crops at the end of the chain. But that is traced more and more, and those credits are spring with the purchase of inputs. And then there are other players who have other reasons on the basis of which they take decisions. So we need a model to finance agriculture or livestock farming. But there are other services that provide, that have some degree of industrialization, but they are integrated in the livestock farming, and they also have a financing role. So you need to take a different perspective on stuff. I think it's an interesting challenge because the farmer cannot grow otherwise, and they need integration. They start integrating among different players in the chain. So they start partnering with other producers. That is what we are seeing a lot. We are there to focus on those challenges. We have to improve our efficiency in terms of how we operate with customers and to make things easier. If there's a spark, you can set a bank on fire because of all the paper we have. But there's been a lot of improvement, and today digitalization allows us to make this path simpler. Complementing to what they have said and talking about the startups that you have mentioned, that there are more and more and even better, and we are positively surprised by all the projects we are seeing, and we will start getting to know through the credit. But how these companies can use us. Today, banks have platforms at disposal of those companies to reach out to other clients, to more clients, and have better sales. So we can improve, we can help you improve. So banks are willing to lend, companies need to popularize themselves, and there are platforms that today unite those ecosystems. That's the big value the financial system can provide these startups, thanks to the technological development. And one additional topic that you've mentioned, or that you have not mentioned, is the question of livestock farming. Sometimes we are always focusing on agriculture, and I think we have a huge livestock sector that has great chances of monetizing, and I think we have the necessary legal framework on this that we can provide more credit. I think livestock farming has a lot of room for growth as a driver for growth in the country. And we have very clear that we have to have a very targeted proposal to this sector. these long-term, sometimes there are long-term projects. How do I can help you monetizing the different types of cattle and make the chain more efficient? There, I think there's a big opportunity. I would like to add something to what Nico has just said. With reference to startups and the new platforms, I think banks are going to be more integrated to the system and complementing with these new technologies to reach the farmer. I think the future lies in, for example, you have a platform and you follow your management through this platform. Well, that is going to be an information that will be connected to the bank. You nourish that information, or you nourish your accounting with the information from the data you collect, and you provide that information to the bank. There are actions that you have to take, or there are certain transactions. So there should be more and more communication in these systems, in the digitalized system, to make things simpler. I think that's the way forward. The big changes that we see forward, I see them on this side, the interaction of platforms. There are 250,000 farmers. Digitalization should not be a barrier for income. I think we should use the best of both worlds. I know that you like to go to the brick-and-mortar branch, but I think that you have to complement digitalization with proximity. Those are two important things. This sector demands from us, or asks from us, why don't you come to the field? Why don't you visit me? But that has to be complemented with the digital ecosystem. It doesn't have to be 100% digital when you talk with a chatbot, because we had that experience and it did not work. But on the other hand, the second kind response, I throw the telephone away. At least he should mistreat me. We want to be close to we are commercial banks. We love being close to customers, but we also want to make our processes more efficient. The fund or the loan is merely a vehicle, and the relation is still there to think what else we can do together with all the different products a bank can offer, and also how to integrate all that you have mentioned, because 250 farmers. I think there are less farmers than that. But regardless of that, yeah, the ecosystem is very populated. But if you combine the best of digital processes and digitalization with that last mile of a person can contribute with, that is a combination that we see that works. Because you cannot be adding more and more people into the context because it's less efficient. But service digitalization is what allows you to scale and allows you to improve service for the smaller sectors that are left outside. And let me share with you a personal anecdote on this regard. Once we went with a group of companies. We went to visit some minister. I'm not going to mention them. I'm ecumenical with different political movements, but he said, I'm going to give you the permits one by one. But why don't we do something more general? If speaking about the digital contact, no, you can ask for the permits. If you ask for one permit, we give you the service through one person. If you request 10 permits, we provide 10 people for permit for the 10 permits, so on and so forth. I have one last question, and then we will open the floor. I think Argentina will double their agricultural production. When we talk about beef, there's a wide variety, including swines, and we are going to focus on 2 World Cups. In the 90s, there were sectors that dropped. I'm crazy about the dairy sector. Argentina is amazing. We invented the cow. We called it Orlando, Argentina, and we are not leaders in the dairy sector. But we need to dynamize that sector. I see that there are new crops and with a lot of different applications. And now, are you noticing the new dynamic in the sector that is not just corn and wheat, new products, new sectors, and also the people that have been left behind? Let me start off by talking about the dairy sector. When I went to college, I think the production is still the same. You won World Cup, so on and so forth, but the business itself remains the same. We have not growth on that regard. There's a big opportunity there, and there are necessary conditions for growth here. But there are a certain number of wrong policies with powder milk. We did everything that was possible to put all types of obstacles. Yes, that's the case. And the other thing is that we have a wider variety of crops. It's not just commodities. Commodities is the biggest volume, but we see more specialties. There are new crops appearing, companies that start adding value to that allows you to diversify with different alternatives. So it's interesting. And also complementary models. You speak about a swine production that has certain concentration silos, but there are other integration models. Those who produce vegetable protein can complement it with animal protein, and they make combinations, and they are very interesting opportunities and a great potential because we produce everything that is required. We tend to talk to the farming sector, especially to the agricultural sector, and not to the other business units, and we have to change that. I think that, going back to the question, in this naturalization or normalization, there will be more projects because they are going to be more integrated. I think that's the way forward. Where it begins and how far the project go, and how from the financial sector we can help them. And this is something that calls us all to action: traceability, sustainability. And we also want to go deeper into that green funding that the market or the world is demanding from us. Perhaps in Europe, in the United States, are a bit advanced, but in Argentina is already here, is something that we are already seeing it. But I think it goes hand in hand with these new chains, these old new business units that reappear. I'm thinking about the opportunity in the dairy sector, and there's a need for plasticity, flexibility. Sometimes we say a fixed rate in pesos. At a certain point, we talked to dairy producers, and we conducted an analysis. The price of milk had a direct correlation with swine. You have to be ready to analyze a different type of financing. Is there any indicator? There is a productive indicator that's a result of the absence of a strong currency. Well, let's take into account other parameters, sometimes we say. But when we look at the essence of a bank, there is an arbitration between excess and lack. If I have to be providing or paying this I think it's a big opportunity to take decisions that are very difficult, especially in activities such as the dairy sector that is long-term with a lot of passion. When cycles change, it's difficult, but it requires to be more flexible. I think these good times will appear. The UVA is a good alternative. We have to think about it. Let me talk about sustainability. We are all on this sustainability train. And you sit to negotiate with big companies, they all have the same agenda as a priority. And from my point of view, I think that action has to be within an ecosystem. We see we are going to work with the whole of the supply chain, and we will accompany the producer to conduct an activity that is more eco-friendly. This is something that they start demanding from us. I don't think there's anybody who hasn't heard about this. And initiatives shouldn't be unique. We have to make it simpler and be the opening access or the entrance access to show producers how they do things and help them in the process to generate more information. And that cannot be done by a bank alone or a company alone. I think it's important to integrate the different players. And we are already seeing this integration to support the producer in the process. He is at the core of the chain. They are the ones to generate the production, and he has to be able to show how they do it.
Los precios van a ser muy
Yes, and not too far in the future, the prices will not be so different. The financing of a farmer that does things more sustainably and with more traceability will probably be better than for those farmers who are not doing this. So I think that the world will be showing this, or is already showing this. And in Argentina, I don't know when, but we believe that we will probably reach this point and not so far into the future. My last question first. You are triggering this question, actually. I thought that that was already in place, that, a better rate for those who do sustainable agriculture. No, I mean, what I hope there will be, like before, where there were incentives because they improve the capital costs, or different ways, or the bank can be incentivized to have a lower cost. But that would be fantastic, of course, if that was the case. But now, since I have a policy of wanting to grow along this green line with less profitability, this is how I would go about it. Okay, but personally, I don't know if this administration will do something special for this line, because it doesn't do special lines for anything. That's my personal opinion. But regardless of that, if banks in general have a policy of promoting sustainability or supporting sustainability, carbon footprint, sustainable practices, etc., they do it for a better world? Or this is the question, do they also measure that a sustainable practice may be more profitable sometimes? And what is the difference between someone who does a sustainable practice and maybe wins more money or earns more money because they install a solar panel and they spend less on electricity? How does the bank differentiate? Do they have a better rate? Well, two things. Sustainability actually improves productivity in Argentina. There are clear examples. So it didn't come with a restriction, at least until this moment. We might have markets that start closing if we don't start doing things differently. In other regions, this has happened a long time ago. So we must have incentives that are well balanced and with clearly defined roles. I mean, sustainability through credit and the role to incorporate it, I think, has to be on the other side. I mean, we can't control that because we won't control it correctly. We have to promote sustainability through credit by giving conditions that are adequate for that credit. But I think that there has to be a good balance between the different factors. So in the short term, I don't know. There may be incentives in the side, but I think there should be a good narrative in the sense, in terms of the return, and incentives will come and will follow. I mean, to say cheap sustainable credits, I think that's sort of being a bit cheap. I think that it's better to, well, in my house, they might say those things. But you have to decide what type of support do you want for the process. You have to choose the one that best accompanies your view, your vision, and we will see dedicated funds. We already have investment funds, which are specifically green funds that you operate, that, they are sustainable, green, social, so that is starting to appear. It is just the beginning, but it dynamizes the process, of course. The truth is that Argentina comes from being very closed up to the world, but when you look at multilateral credit organizations, they all have requirements on that side. So you start seeing opportunities for that type of credit. You will not be allowed to do it without certain requirements. And those requirements will come from the way in which you're doing things, regardless of whether you're doing, what happens in the markets that you will access. And in my point of view, we might wonder, why do we incentivize this? Because we want to have a portfolio of clients that will be able to access those markets. These are the clients that will prosper over time. And we can see net patrimony flows, balances, etc. But the true and actual wealth is not only reflected in certain things. You will see it further down the line. So you have to pay attention to that, and that's a thing that we can do. It's much more long-term than just to see it in an indicator to qualify a client immediately. So I think we would have to treat differently a client that does certain practices than a client that doesn't. And of course, we need to mention these requirements, but I don't think they should be on the side of the bank. I think that you should have this, but on the other side, you should also have certain protocols and certain unification of criteria. You may measure with one instrument or the other and have different results. So there are different roles, and I think Aapresid can play a role, definitely, in what is being done in relationship to carbon. I think that's interesting about Aapresid. But, there are a lot of things. Let me be the devil's advocate for just a minute. It's so costly for anyone who's just starting with this that they need to have a hand from someone. If not, it's really too complicated. Their own, farm, and they're trying to do things right. It's all, uphill. And they will need support. So if the government will not give it to them, then it will probably be the banks. I think that the companies are supporting, and there's an effort to generate the information, not so much the cost. You have a platform and you have to measure the hectares, but we have seen cases where sometimes you're giving something away and even then people don't come and pick it up. There's a whole process and it requires different efforts that need to be construed. We only have a few minutes, but I'm becoming like Luis Majul. I'm interrupting everyone. I will ask a question. And there are people recovering from the drought, from this big hit, from the taxes, a lot of reasons, to start this recovery. What about credits to rebuild the process for someone who has been hit hard by the crisis? They always silence me when I want to talk. Nico said something about this. In the last crop season, banks played a key role to help our clients reshape their working capital. We just passed, or a new law was just passed, which will allow to mobilize credits more quickly. There are many companies like CCGRs, which are companies that we do not consider competitors. They are our allies. And they help us leverage the system. It's working really well, and I think we need to really focus on that. And they've worked together with the banks. There's a major opportunity there to grow. And I think that banks are fully prepared to do this and to understand the business, because we understand the business, and it's not just a snapshot, it's a whole movie. We have 1 minute left. Can I tell a farmer who is just starting out, they're just starting in this crazy endeavor, because we see drones, we see things, I love the new things that are happening, but can a farmer think, or can a guy with not much money go to a bank and say, I have this project, I want to do this. Will you receive them? Will you help them out? Should they go to you? Yes, they should come to our branches and discuss the project, because the credit will probably grow as the project grows and as the business grows, of course. But like I said before, banks must be used as a service platform to be able to showcase the product and commercialize it better. I do not want to be a party pooper, but I'm interested in startups if it's high-risk capitals. It's not what they're looking for in a bank. They need an investor, but they will be able to accompany them with a different level of risk. A bank, you ask for money, but you have to give it back. And with an investor, it's a different scheme. They will require a high return on investment, but they're taking the risk of that failing. So I think that it depends on where that new company is, where that startup is, what is their flow, and whether that's a reality, and whether there's a business flow already, and if we can start financing them after that stage, or if it's just an idea and what they're needing is someone to give them risk capital. It's different, really, because it's the way things work. Martín? I think that for this type of projects, we have to use the financial tools that exist in addition to banks. It's different to have a partner than to have a bank when you embark in a project. Okay, guys, we've reached the end. It's like those interviews when they say it's over, but our time is up. Thank you very much. Argentina is on its way up. We have to feed 8 billion people in the world. They have to eat 4 times a day. So the whole planet is waiting. We have a major challenge ahead of us. Thank you for being here, and have a good afternoon. Thank you, Gustavo. Thank you very much to the panelists in this closing panel for the 32nd edition of Aapresid, Nueva, Amarok, with the strength of Expo Agro. Remember that tomorrow we will be here from 9 a.m. with the Charlas Aprender, the Aprender Talks. We will have Enrique Garcia, Sole Pastoruti, Alejandro Vigil, Gervasio Piñeiro. We will have Christian Petersen and Pato Abondancieri, Gustavo Grobocatel, and we will all be here. We have 9 simultaneous rooms in this Aapresid Congress, Nueva Amarok edition with the strength of Expo Agro. To those of you who are still here, have a good journey home, and we will still be on www.congresoapresid.org.ar. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow to continue transmitting this 3rd day of the Congress. Thank you very much for your participation. Have a good trip, safe trip back home. And we will meet tomorrow in a new edition of the Congress, which will take place in this 32nd Aapresid Congress with the strength of Expo Agro.